Today's themes are going to be, first, the why questions are the wrong approach, and we're going to do why is wrong. Second thing is there's no need to dread suicidality. Rather, we need to approach it. We need to develop a profound respect and curiosity toward it, and we need to move toward suicidality, into it, not away from it. We all know that the knee-jerk response is to kind of back away because it brings up our sense of helplessness. Like, what do we do? How do we think? And so people, lay people, everyone, you all have read, as I have over the last year or two, as this suicidal crisis becomes global, all of the famous rich and people, and the question is always, why did they do it? And people feel so very helpless with it. The choice to live or die is a human birthright. We'll take up that today, particularly looking at James Hillman and the Jungians. People actively experiencing some form of suicidality cannot give a clear or intelligible account of what motivated them to do it at the moment. All cultures since the beginning of time have had to deal with suicidality. Since that time, suicide prevention centers have opened up all over the world, and as you know, the first one was right here in West LA with Ed Schneidman, Norm Farborough, and Robert Littman. And Ed Schneidman, we'll be talking a lot about him today because he not only founded the first Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Center, but he went all over the world forming these. And then eventually an international society and eventually a suicidology journal. So we'll hear a lot of things that Edmund has to say today. It's now clear that this epidemic is global, with the percentages escalating very rapidly. I was to go to Iran a couple of months ago to talk to the Iranian Psychiatric Association, although because of one of Trump's dumb things, my visa was canceled 2 days ahead of time, so I didn't get to go. But having a plane ticket in hand, I got to talk to an institute in Istanbul. And everywhere I go, people are alarmed by the rising rates. The highest rate in the world is in New Zealand. And I'm going to be going there in March for a 5-day conference with the psychologists of New Zealand to go over what's going on there, that the rates are so high. The obvious thing is the Maori men who have no hope. In New Zealand, it's the Maori men that they have no hope. Everything has been taken from them. And so they tend to just feel hopeless and helpless in their lives. In South India, where there's a famine, there's a similar kind of thing going on. And the teenage suicide capital of the world is North Dakota, for the same reason. For the teenagers, there's no hope. There's no place to go. There's no way to make money. And so the suicide rate went up there. And a lot of suicide prevention is now going on in North Dakota. Okay, let's see. All right. Oops, let me go back here. I find every time I work in another room, the technology is different. All right, in 2002, a group of suicidologists from all over the world met in Esche, Switzerland. And they were from all kinds of different disciplines. There were psychologists, social workers, theologians, sociologists, anthropologists. There were all kinds of people there representing different disciplines, and they've been meeting every 2 years since. And now on their website, they have posted, they set them up in 2002, and they essentially haven't changed much. They've posted 6 guidelines for us in thinking about suicide intervention. So the first one is going to be, the clinician's task is to reach, together with the patient, a shared understanding of the patient's suicidality. No intersubjectivity all the way through that. Together with the patient, a shared understanding of the patient's suicidality. And that sets up the first theme for today, that every act of suicide, whether it's completed or not, is utterly idiosyncratic. That is, the first thing that Ed Schneidman did when he set up the early work, was to begin to look for commonalities. How can we study? But we're now aware that after several hundred years of study in the Western world, and after 50, 60 years of intense scientific study, we still do not understand suicide. And the reason is because, in a certain sense, there's nothing to understand across the board, because everyone is individual, and that's because everyone's early developmental experiences are idiosyncratic. So Ed Schneidman, 30 years after this event, made a confession. He was working on setting up a topic for his dissertation, and he didn't know quite what he was going to do, but he was working in an internship somewhere, and he was asked to go down to the LA coroner's office to read a couple of suicide letters. So he's down, submerged in the basement in the tombs, with file cabinets all around him, looking up these two letters, and he's looking around the room, and he says, there must be hundreds of suicide letters in this room. And 30 years later, he says, I stole them. I stole them. So what he did was, with the hope that if we have teams of researchers studying these suicide letters, we're going to find themes in common. It turns out it's a great idea. It didn't work. There are no common themes in the ordinary sense, because each one is different. And then the same thing was found later in the whole idea of doing suicide autopsies, which was Schneidman's idea as well, which was to, after there has been a completed suicide, then a multidisciplinary team goes in and begins to interview friends, family, children, lovers, anybody that had a close relationship with the person who succeeded in killing themselves, and trying to look at, once again, for commonalities. And once again, it was a bust. There were none. So we've got a few generalities we can go through today, but nothing that we can call commonalities. And we know that our ability to predict and treat suicide, prevent it, is no better than chance at this point in time. So the important piece of today is for us to begin to realize, as clinicians, where do we go? What do we need to do? And I have a lot of really good ideas for you, and they've come from a number of interesting places. So I hope by the time you leave here this afternoon, you'll be full of, in a certain sense, inspiration. Like this group here, you're already doing the right thing. But today I'm going to tell you why. Now, many clinicians have all sorts of things, but this particular community here, you're searching down the developmental history. You're looking at the details of developmental history, and you're seeing how those details impact the here and now in relationships, and particularly, of course, the transference-countertransference relationship. So you'll see through the day that this is where the whole field must go, that kind of work that we do, although it doesn't have to be psychoanalytic. I'm convinced of that. In the afternoon, I'll introduce you to about 6 different ways of thinking that have proven very interesting and that are good kinds of interventions. And they're not all psychoanalytic by any means, but they all go after detailed histories. All right, the clinician should be aware that most suicidal patients suffer from a state of mental pain or anguish and a total loss of self-respect. The idea here being that when someone is in a suicidal state, they are not themselves. So a person who otherwise is bright, competent, rational, when in some way or another a suicidal state hits them, like a major depressive state, they're not thinking clearly. Now, if we go there and realize that our developmental model is going to take us back into the first year or two of life, when people are in a major depression or in a suicidal state, we realize we don't expect infants to have good reality testing. We don't expect infants to be logical. But when people hit this helplessness and hopelessness place, they're not rational. And we'll give some more examples of that during the course of today. 3, the interviewer's attitude should be non-judgmental and supportive, of course. The clinician must be open to listening carefully to the patient. So it's going to be the details of what people tell us that, as again, in this community here, we're accustomed to paying really close attention to details, which is not true of, say, some other communities. 4, The interview should start with a patient's self-narrative, of course. What is it? And a suicidal crisis is not just determined by the present. A suicidal crisis always has a long history. And so as the person begins to tell their narrative, the question is, how can we go back in time and look at all the pieces in their life, the places where there were difficulties? The ultimate goal must be to engage the patient in a therapeutic relationship to form a therapeutic alliance. Now, remember, this is Esche, Switzerland. It's a multidisciplinary conference with philosophers, theologians, sociologists, anthropologists, and they say this. That is, the people who know that the only way to intervene in suicidality is to form a strong therapeutic alliance. Now, that doesn't surprise us here, but it surprises us to think that people from all other disciplines that have studied it say, we've got to have a long-term therapeutic relationship, it's got to be intersubjective, and there's got to be a therapeutic alliance. Now, most of you are aware that a few years ago, the Division 29 of the American Psychological Association, the one for psychotherapy, did a major task force. And after reviewing thousands of studies on outcome of psychotherapy, since the beginning of psychotherapy time, there were many, many variables that came up contributing to outcome, but in study after study after study, one central variable kept emerging. The relationship? Okay. Surprise anyone here? That's the centerpiece, the relationship. And that a good relationship, a good therapeutic alliance is what moves therapy forward in the best of possible ways. And the sixth one, this was the one that interested me the most and will be kind of a centerpiece of our day. We need new models, this is the Esche group, to conceptualize suicidal behavior that provide a frame for the patient and the clinician to reach a shared understanding of the patient's, especially modes of early childhood development. This was 2002. This is multidisciplinary pieces. In 1898, Ed Schneidman said essentially the same thing. He said, by now, after nearly 50 years of study, he said, it's very clear to me that the roots of suicidality come in the earliest months and years of life, and yet we don't have theories and models to help us conceptualize those. We don't know enough, we don't have data. That's 1898, this is 2002. Everyone here knows we have plenty of data now. And it was already starting a couple of decades before that, but that was in our community. And long before the internet, you know, these communities didn't necessarily cross one another. And so we hear, everyone in this room, I hope, has done a great deal of study in infant research and now in neuropsychological research. And so we know what goes on in the earliest relationships of life. Many important things go on before birth, and they're relational events. And so we're no longer in the dark with this, but in 2002, they're saying we need new models. And as I went through the suicide literature, this theme came up for all sorts of different kinds of people from different disciplines, that suicidality comes from the earliest months and years of life, and we've got to get some models that help us think that way. So you'll know that we here have those models, but not everyone does. Why am I doing suicide today? As you know, a few years ago, the White House, Obama White House, declared we had a national epidemic, and the White House mandated all the governors of the 50 states to begin setting up suicide prevention courses for health, mental health, and educational professionals. Now, something like that is very slow to take hold, but California was one of the very first states to actually do it. The California governor mandated it. And so the Board of Psychology, the Board of Behavioral Sciences have been the first two to set it up. Other disciplines, the health disciplines, they'll all follow suit. It's just a matter of time. So over the 50 years I've been practicing, I've worked various suicidal instances in my own practice, but I've done extensive supervision. So I've watched many other cases. And, but I had never done a systematic study. So I thought, this is my challenge, because I love to do classes like this and travel around and teach. And so I set to work, and I was like a demon for about a year, reading every book and paper I could get my hands on. And you won't be surprised to hear that the literature is not terribly interesting. Okay, that is, there's some really wonderful gems, but one of the things is that people have all these ideas about suicide, and so then there's thousands of studies exploring whether left-handed people are more likely to kill themselves than right-handed people, and on and on and on and on, because obviously it's been a subject that is interested academicians. So anyway, that caused me to start studying for this, and so I'm really happy because it was a rich experience, and you'll find in the course of the day that I've come up with some ideas that are, I want to say, original in the sense that I've integrated them in an original way, and I expect that you'll go home with them in your back pocket today. Which reminds me, you'll notice as we go, the handout reads kind of like a mini book, and that's deliberate because sometime from now, somebody's going to walk in your waiting room, and they're going to be suicidal, and they're going to say, wait, what did Hedges say about this? That you're going to go running to this, and you're going to flip through it until you begin to find it. These slides are all taken from my book, The Call of Darkness. Would you hold that one up for me, the book? This is a printout. It's on the free website, freepsychotherapiebooks.org. Do you all know that site? Oh, write it down. It's very important. It's Free Psychotherapy Books, one word, freepsychotherapiebooks.org. There's about 150 free psychotherapy books on there. Many of them are great classics, a number of more recent ones by Martha Stark. I have 9 of them on there. So you can go onto the website and download them free. The history of that is Jason Aronson, who had published my early books, when he retired a few years ago, sold his Aronson firm, and but he was still full of a lot of energy, so he decided to open up this website. And so since he knows more people who write books than anybody else in the field, he's contacted people, and so really wonderful books are on there, and you can download them. Now, my 9 books I also now have on Amazon, $19 a piece, and so this particular copy here is just a printout of the download from the website, but you can get a bound paperback from Amazon. Yes?
Could you say the website again?
Yes. Free Psychotherapy Books, okay, one word, .org. Yeah, it's a very important one. When you go there, there's a number of things on there, but the first thing to do is to push the tab that says All Books, and then you'll find them. And it's just a wonderful selection. And there's a lot of other things on there. Okay. So let me tell you just a little bit about this, and you'll see why in a minute. I'm not simply going to be tooting my horn here. There's a method to this madness. I got my doctoral at the University of Iowa, and I trained at the Institute of Living in Hartford. But at that point in time, I was also, my ambition was to be a supervisor and a trainer. As a young man, that's kind of what I wanted to be in life. So then my 4 years at NIH postdoctoral fellowship was done at the Rice Davis Child Center here. And then I began my first supervisorial experience in 1970. I've consulted and supervised literally hundreds of therapists dealing with thousands of cases. And since more than 1970s, more than 400 therapists studying advanced psychotherapy down in the Listening Perspective Center and the Newport Institute in Orange and Tustin. They've contributed all kinds of cases, theory, and so forth to the 21 books that have been published. So there's a whole way, and you're going to get a flavor for it. We might call it relational listening. That is something that all of you do, but I want to focus on specifically how to think about that. I'm outlining this to make the astounding point that while we've frequently encountered suicidality in its many forms, we have not over these years had one single suicide. Okay? Now, with an international epidemic, that caught my attention. Well, how can that be? And then as I began to study the literature, the really good part of the suicide literature, I began to realize that other groups around this country, and certainly elsewhere, but I didn't get a chance to study them, have also a similar kind of track record. And they're working in very similar ways to us. And the one that's most different from us is going to be dialectical behavior therapy by Marsha Linehan. She recommends long-term intensive therapy, 2 to 3 times a week individual, group, journaling, notebooks, and then she has a lot of procedures to intervene when there's a suicidal danger. So she works very differently than we do, but in terms of track record, she's holding her own beautifully. And that's maybe because she herself will be the first to say she was a severe borderline for many years, many suicide attempts, and she finally decided that treatment tactics were terrible, so she invented her own. Okay? So, but she has a very good record, and there's going to be others as well. So what is it that we're doing right and other people are doing right? So there are 10 statements that experts agree on, and only 10, because there's all kinds of ideas about suicidality. So the first one is that suicidality is complex, idiosyncratic, and relational. 2, ambivalence is detectable in all forms of suicidality. That is, while many times it looks as though someone was isolated and lonely and they really just wanted to kill themselves, in the suicide autopsies and the study of the suicide letters, what became clear is that almost universally there are clear indications that there's a part of the person that wanted to live. And so no matter how firmly they seemed determined they wanted to die, no matter whether they succeeded or didn't, there's part of them that wanted to live. And so that tells us the part that we're going to be listening for. Where is the part that wants to stay alive? 3, all social and cultural groups since the beginning of time have had to deal with suicide. Psychache, this is Schneidman's term, is the mind-body agony associated with suicidal experiences. He says that it's primarily a mind experience, but as we all know, when you're in agony, not just your mind hurts, you feel pain all over your body. So it's a mind-body ache, and it's based on hopelessness and helplessness. 5, suicide is an exclusively human behavior and is therefore an activity of the mind. There are no other species that kill themselves. Now, it's rumored, of course, that lemmings do, and I'll show you some pictures of the lemmings jumping off of cliffs later. They're not killing themselves, they're migrating. Okay, right? Lemmings are little hamster-like creatures. They live in large packs along the North Sea, Norway and Finland. And along there's not much vegetation, the food supply is low, and so for thousands of years, packs of lemmings go to one location, and then when the food supply is exhausted, they have to jump into the sea to swim 25 miles to the next, and they know exactly where to go, just like all of the other species that migrate. They have a regular path, and I'll show some of them you jumping off. If there were other species that were going to be suicidal that are close to us, it would certainly be the bonobos, the chimpanzees, and there's no indication whatsoever of that. So Schneidman's conclusion that by now that people agree is it is an activity of the human mind, not of genes, not of constitutional predispositions. It's a mental experience. All right, the population of completers, that's those who actually kill themselves, is very different from the population of attempters and ideationers. Now, hang on to this distinction today. You can imagine in a huge literature, people divide this and label things in different ways, and so there's all kinds of different classifications. But by the time you look at the whole picture, there's really 3 categories that are important, and particularly for us today. So those who actually kill themselves, and that's one population, and it is psychologically very different from the ones that attempt, whether it's the cutting or the pills or whatever. And that population is different from the ideationers, and I'll show that as we go. Sometimes we hear people say, well, suicide is something anybody can do, and it turns out that's not true. We can all think of it, particularly when we're down and out, and we can say, well, I think it's time to throw in the towel. And we've all had various thoughts at various times, but it's like you're all here alive, so you're not from the population of people that actually do it, okay? So we'll unpack that later as the day goes on. All completed suicides and many attempters have been, or could have been at one time, diagnosed with some kind of severe borderline or psychotic disorder, usually major depression, but there's also various forms of psychosis, bipolar, autism. So all of the lower level, if you will, pathologies or the people, it's not that the people who finally kill themselves live at that level, but at some time or times during their life, and usually at the time when they actually choose to kill themselves, they're in I'm going to call it psychotic place. And I'm saying psychotic in the loosest sense of the word, meaning, again, they're in an infantile mindset and they're not thinking clearly. And this is not the first time they've been there. So massive research over the century has produced no widely agreed upon theories of suicidality, and there are no consistently reliable and empirically validated ways to predict or treat suicide. And 10, however, over time, psychotherapist groups have developed some ways of working with suicidality that seem very promising. And by the time we end at 5 o'clock today, I'm hoping that you have a clear sense of how it is we as clinicians need to proceed. And in a certain sense, you'll realize that you're already doing that, but now it'll be clearer to you what you're doing and why. So my thesis then is that no matter what theory of therapy or therapeutic modality is being used, a relational listening approach that seeks to explain how past relational traumas impact current relational contexts has the power to shed fresh light on the many issues surrounding suicidality. Okay, by relational listening then, this is my take, I mean paying close attention to the details of all relational engagements in a person's life, from the earliest infancy to the present therapeutic relationship, so that we're aware that as we go through life, through various stages and phases and experiences, maybe automobile accidents, maybe war, whatever those experiences are, they leave traumatic scars. And at some point in time, we need to pay attention to what those are, and we know from many experiences, particularly with veterans and also with victims of various kinds of disasters, that many people can experience the exact same event, but they don't experience it in the same way. Some people go practically crazy. Other people shrug, figure that's life, and move on. And so what we begin to see is that when we're listening to any person, we've got to discover how they experienced whatever it is they experience. So then we're seeking to locate and define together with our patient the enduring templates for perceiving and engaging relationships and how those relationship templates are operating in the here and now. So relational listening then focuses explicitly on early relational experiences and how those earliest relational experiences impact later life events. As we know, early traumatic experiences set the stage for difficulties in later stages and later stages and later stages. So in a certain sense, trauma, meaning the overwhelming of the ego at a moment in time, can happen to any of us at any stage in life, but the ones that affect people the most and the longest are those traumas that occur in the earliest months of life. Some before birth, many right after birth. Several views then on non-conscious relational experiences are there. Of course, we have to start with Freud. He was the first to assert that traumatic experience that cannot be consciously remembered must be enacted, repeated in later relational situations. The next person that we can think about is Christopher Bolus, whom you all know. He first pointed to the unconscious of the unthought known. Memories that have been stored in pre-verbal, somatic, and affective interactional modes that have never been subjected to thought, until in therapy, the enactments could be lived, experienced, and framed in conscious thought. The interpersonalists, Edgar Levinson and Donnell Stern, speak of unformulated experience, somatic and affective memories repeatedly enacted in the relationships until in a therapeutic relationship, the dissociations from consciousness could be bridged and two could come to talk about the mutual enactments. Relational listening approach then that we're going to be talking about today was not originally developed to deal with suicide. It's been developed over 40 years with listening to the most difficult clients that therapists encounter. And by difficult clients, I'm saying difficult clients means in some major way or in some like psychotic pocket and in otherwise intact personality, but there's some primitive piece that is causing difficulty in the therapeutic relationship. And so at the Listening Perspective Study Center and the Newport Institute, we've continued to work on understanding those most primitive pieces as they present and looking at what kinds of, if you will, transference these earliest months and years of life provide for us. So those of you who know my work know that I always think in terms of 4 developmental levels. They're familiar to you. The backbone of them actually comes from Mahler, 1968, and has been developed in a lot of ways. My work all the way along has paralleled Martha Stark. She and I met at a body psychotherapy convention about 35 years ago, and we've been buddies ever since, and we trade back and forth, although her work is decidedly different than mine, she's got a touch that I don't have, and her touch, I want to say, closer to the subjective life of the patient. That her standard interpretation is, well, then it seems like a part of you, blah, 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 while another part of you, blah, 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 blah. And so at the different developmental levels, the kind of thing that you say differs. So I really like her work. I recommend it, and there's some of it on the free website. She has a new book coming out. It's something about broken heart, and she sent me the manuscript. So my relational groups that start this month, I always have 8-month reading groups, meeting once a month, and she sent us a manuscript. So we're going to start in October reading this new manuscript of hers, and it's wonderful. Again, she and I have had a lot of fun watching each other develop and expand and differentiate the theories, and yet we think differently, and yet we're in tune. All right, the 4, I'm going to start off with what I've chosen to call the organizing experience, plus or minus 4 months from birth. Now, the reason this term came about because we were trying to decide what is it that an infant is going through during that particular period, and what the infant is going through is the effort to organize the world. To make some sense of it, to get the motor and the perceptual equipment operating. And so we know, though, that things can and do happen, both in utero and in the months right after it, that leave traumatic scars. It's interesting to me, the infant researchers are now calling the first 3 to 4 months of life the 4th trimester, highlighting that it's as though we still have a fetus, but the fetus is out with eyes wide open and moving in mother's arms, but the state is more or less the same. It's an organizing state, trying to make sense of this world around me. And so then at some point, this symbiotic experience becomes clear. Now, symbiosis was Margaret Mahler's word, and in italics in her book, she says it is a metaphor borrowed from biology. Now, I say that because some of the infant researchers, like Stern, took her to task for that, saying there's no evidence that this is a symbiosis. And she says, I never said that. I said it was a metaphor to try to describe the subjective experience of a mother and a baby, moving back and forth as though they were one. And the biology metaphor helps. So symbiotic experience, it starts from conception, but we are aware of it psychological aspects of it, by the time the child has begun to make sense of the world in the third or fourth month, moving, starting to make demands, starting to respond to demands. And so in the symbiotic period, we're aware that through Alan Shore's work, that mutual affect, attunement, is the key thing that's happening there. And that it's the mother and baby are learning to do a dance. And in that dance, we might say, the baby is coming to demand that mother do what she needs. And mother, on the other hand, is coming to demand that the baby do what she needs. And so we've got two people manipulating each other to get their affective needs met. And if everything goes well, in that mutual manipulation, they begin to set up, bridges of cooperation. If things don't go well, we've got character disorders, particularly the borderline character disorder, where the child is stuck in some kind of a mutual manipulation. And this will be important for us to think about in suicides. Then, as we know, Margaret Mahler has given us right here the separation individuation experience, where the child begins to say, I know what you want, and I'm not going to do it. Mothers call this the terrible twos. That is, there's a fight, a rebellion, refusal to cooperate, screaming, yelling, kicking. And if we have good enough parenting, and I'm not saying mother a lot today, but you'll all understand I'm talking about the parenting process, the mothering processes, whoever does it. And particularly in our world now, young men are particularly starting to participate in this freely. But in this process of going back and forth, if the parental persons are cooperative, then we get a set of reciprocal agreements that happen. And then the child can go on and begin to develop an independent sense of self. But if the parental needs are so strong that the child can't do that, the child then remains stuck. And you could see the 8 or 9 major characteristics of places where people get stuck when you look at the DSM character disorders. And I think today particularly we're looking at the borderline one. But all of the character disorders, most of the addictions, are stuck at this level of, I've got to have what I've got to have in a certain way, or I'm going to die. So now, if the individuation process goes in, we're going to go through the period that the self-development that Kohut and the self-psychologists have described, and that's going to be with the self-object, self-other experience. And then that going well, we move into the independent experience, the Oedipus complex, the formation of the superego. So this is a chart, you're all familiar with the progression, but today we're going to focus on these first 2 levels, and we won't go to the other one particularly. So preview, we're going to find that the successful suicides have a deep pocket of organizing or psychotic experience there. Now again, they may be very well developed, brilliant in many other areas, but there's a deep pocket of something that when they hit it, they're in danger. So the successful ones are here. The manipulators, as in the mother and baby manipulating each other to get what they need, these are the ones that are the attempters. And these are the ones that people tend to dread because it's almost as though somebody's trying to get something. They're trying to get love or whatever. There's unmet needs. And of course, that's going to be the key to working in therapy is what are those unmet needs and how can I help you, develop some of those to where you're more satisfied with them. So the attempters are going to come from here. The third group, the ideationers, are going to come from here. That is, we have developing and an intact self. And so these people, ourselves, hopefully are included in this, that we may think about it, think about how we're going to do it. We may have suicidal dreams or murder dreams, but whatever they are, they remain at the level of dreams, at the level of imagination, rather than the need to enact them. So that's going to be the developmental framework I'm going to be working with today. So the relational listening developmental point of view predicts that seriously intentional suicides are reenactments from the trauma at the organizing level of development, and that most other suicide gestures and attempts reenactments of the symbiotic level, and suicide ideation comes from the higher levels. The transfer of an organizing experience, trauma, that is that earliest developmental level, is recognizable in the shutting down, the blocking or switching of attention at moments when the empathic connection between the therapist and client are about to be or have been successfully made. This particular form of transference is not yet very well understood by most therapists. That is, here's the metaphor. We've got a child, an infant, reaching as infants do with thousands of needs, and they've got tendrils going all over the place, trying to find the world, trying to organize it, trying to get what they need. And if a reaching tendril goes and goes and goes and doesn't find anything, there's a withering, a giving up, a collapsing. If we have a tendril that's reaching, trying to find connection out there, and all of a sudden there's a smack, then there's a constriction. And I'm doing this with my body because it's a total mind-body experience of either withering for lack of connection or constricting for in the face of negative or strong traumatic connections. But in either case, what's posted on those tendrils, those neurological channels that were reaching and failed, there's a signpost that says, never reach that way again. Most of you know Jim Grotstein wrote the foreword to my 1994 Organizing Experience book. That's where I really lay this out in full theory. And he was such a great supporter of it. And he was so generous, he wrote a lengthy review of psychosis in the psychoanalytic literature. It was brilliantly done, as only Jim could do it. And in it, he said, the most powerful phrase in this book is, never reach that way again. And that's the transference. So when you're my therapist, and you're being warm and loving and friendly and inviting me to trust you, and I get a little closer, a little closer, at some point, click, the terror that came from infantile trauma. And it's psychotic because it's not here, it's here or here. And it could be anywhere in the mind or body. But it's at that point in time, I change the subject, have a pain in my side, run to the bathroom, or don't come back for the next session, okay? So we've been trained as therapists that warmth, empathy, reciprocity, mutual affect regulation is good. Okay, well, for most people it is. For people with a pocket of this level, it's not good. It's frightening, it's terrifying. And the title of the book that followed that was called Terrifying Transferences. And the title was deliberately ambiguous in the sense that the person having the transference is terrified at the possibility of emotional connection, because in the first trust relationship, there was a connection that was traumatizing. On the other hand, we know from our own experience here that when people are operating at a early psychological level, they activate in us our own organizing experiences. That is the part of us that feels insecure or frightened when in intimate relationships. And so we know that, and certainly Donnell Stern has brought this up with all of his mutual dissociations, that when working with these early cores, it strikes early cores in us, so that it's a terrifying countertransference as well. A transfer from an organizing experience trauma is recognizable in a shutting down, a blocking or a switching of attention at moments when empathic connection between the therapist and client are about to be or have been successfully made. That is, early trauma is experienced in the context of an infant reaching out for satisfaction, but instead experiencing traumatic emptiness or hurt. Let's see. When the potentially satisfying connection is somehow painfully thwarted, the infant learns that to connect, okay, to long for competence, to connect in connecting to others, to oneself, and the interpersonal world is dangerous. I want to elaborate that. This is very complex as we study this organizing transfers for so many years. The easiest way to conceptualize it is the one that I just did, where she is an independent self functioning and I'm one. And then as we get closer, at some point I block it. Or sometimes in the countertransference, you will block it. And I've gone through and written books about the countertransference when we block the connection, without even being aware of it. And sometimes it's our stuff. Most often it's not. Most often there's some form of empathy that causes us to block the connection for the safety of the patient. But that's the easiest one. But I've developed the metaphor of an energy arc that runs from your grounding, where you're sitting, where your feet are, up through your entire body, across space, all kinds of acoustical, visual space, into my body, all the way down to my grounding. That energy arc can be disrupted at any point. The easiest one to think about is here between us. But I can break it here. I'm suddenly preoccupied with, my fibromyalgia or something, and I begin to think about this. I do something in my body that breaks our connection, or you could do something in your body. I sued my last therapist. You felt the break, did you? Okay. So, point made, all right? So, all right. Thus, the refusal, blocking, or backing away from connections in intimate trust relationship points to the nature of the original scar that's being transferred into the here and now relationship. That is, when the original reaching contact in infancy is experienced as painfully neglectful or injurious, a signpost is created that reads, "Never go there again." Said differently, just at the point that some powerful and affirming connection arises in the relationship or interpersonal organizing experience, fear will retreat in some way through backing away or thwarting full effective connection. This is certainly the call to darkness. I want to elaborate this just a bit. Again, it's easiest to think of it as an interpersonal event, but part of that interpersonal event is me, my body, my sense of competence, that I can reach out and be satisfied. And one of the things we love watching little babies and toddlers do is reaching out and getting what they want. And it's so happy, it makes them so happy. So we pride ourselves throughout our lifetime, our narcissistic selves, in being competent. But when there is an organizing level piece, it could very well be just at the point where there's going to be competence, there will be some mental intrusion to block that or to break that. Examples. I had one young lady, worked with for a number of years. She had been hospitalized for 6 months before I started and was on every psychotic diagnosis under the sun. And after 3 or 4 years trying to get her into college, and because she was a brilliant young lady, trying to get her into college, she would take classes and she had to drop out. And then we'd work on keeping it longer and how to read and how to keep the focus and how to not play so many video games. And so slowly but surely, she began to move into more competence and to get her very fine brain operating. But then she would report the big test that's coming up on Friday, starting at Wednesday, whenever she would begin to study, and she knew the material and she knew she could ace the test, suddenly her eyes would begin blurring. And then her mind would wander. And then she would get hungry. She had an eating disorder. And so all of these things interfered, and it took a while before we were able to say it's the terror of feeling competent. Because again, the same thing. I'm competent if I can reach to you and we can be alive. But for reasons I don't need to go into, that was hers. Another man who had worked in psychotherapy for many years, he was in his 60s when he started with me. And he had done a lot of really good therapy work, but something at the bottom just still wasn't quite right. And so in this case, his style of working would be he'd come to session, and during the course of the week, he'd have 3 or 4 episodes in his life that he would know something was wrong with, but he wouldn't be able to put his finger on exactly what it was. So he would tell me the story, and then together we'd kind of sort it out as to what went wrong. So one day he's telling me something happened at the golf course this week. He loved golf and often played by himself, happily enough. And he went in and paid his green fee. And as he's starting out towards the golf course, there's a man sitting next to the door who says, "You going to play 9?" And he says, "Yeah." I said, "Well, can we play together?" He said, "Well, sure." So the two of them go out on the golf course, and they're going through, and they're chatting just a little bit. And he's thinking, "This is a very nice guy." And by the 5th or 6th hole, he's thinking, I need to get this guy's phone number because, I could call and, we could play 9 here or there. And I think I'd like that. And while I was debilitating, we got to the 9th hole and I didn't get his phone number. Debilitating. A Freudian slip. Deliberating. You see? Well, we used that one for a long time, right? Because then that turned out to be the key, that just when he was about to make some kind of relational movement or feel good about something relationally, his mind would debilitate that. Now, what that meant to him was, we could call it fragmentation. He'd fall apart. His thinking process would simply fall apart at the moment. He was for a long time in an analytic group. I have a group of people that are in analysis and then with me, and then we have a group that we meet once a week. And he was trying to describe this experience to people in the group, and people couldn't get it until one night they saw it. And they saw it in the connection with one of the women of the group was saying something really warm and compassionate, and you could just see him starting to melt, and then he turned blank, and you could tell he was shaken, and we waited, and he said, "That's debilitation. I don't have any idea what just happened." We worked with that again and again, just like with the young lady. I worked with her eyes blurring and one thing and another. And it's not unusual. In fact, you could almost count on it being something that's mind-body. That is because at this level, it's always mind-body. It's always mind-body, but at the infant level, mind-body don't have any separation. All right, so alternatively, that's level 1, the organizing level. In the symbiotic experience, when connecting or attaching experiences have been somewhat reliable, an infant is able to engage in a set of relationship scenarios involving mutual affect regulation and mutual instrumental manipulations, though these attachment styles may be excessively clinging or excessively withdrawing. So think Bowlby for a minute. That he gave us the 3 forms of the secure, insecure clinging, insecure withdrawing, and then later the insecure disorganized came about. Well, the organizing level would be the disorganized attachment. But when we're at the symbiotic level, there's an attachment, whether it's secure or insecure, whatever the nature of it is, that particular attachment thing is designed to manipulate the other, as in the mother-child infant manipulation. But in the suicide literature, I got a better word, came from Mars, that manipulation has such a pejorative feel. And what he used was the word instrumental. That is, with the idea that an infant has needs, and the question is, what do I have to do to get those needs met? And so whatever it is that's going on, whatever cutting, taking pills, threats there are, what we understand underneath of them is going to be emotional needs that the person is hoping to be met in the psychotherapy relationship. And so there's going to be some kind of a manipulation or an instrumental act to try to get us to fulfill that other scenario, the other part of the mother role in the attachment drama. So if all goes well, then of course separation individuation and terrible twos, and then the movement on into constant self and other. All right, call to darkness. I think by now you're starting to grasp why the title of the class and the book. It's as if the people who complete suicide and the people that are drawn to attempting it in various instrumental ways, there's some kind of an internal call that they're responding to. And so the question I'd like to entertain for a moment here is, why the call of darkness? And there's a simple answer, and then there's a more complex one. So I'll start with the simple one. Imagine an infant in the earliest months of life coming into the world with needs, all kinds of needs. And at a given point in time, the needs being particularly intense, and the baby starts to make noises and so forth, and nobody comes, and then the baby begins to get restless, whether it's hunger or needing to be picked up or whatever. And before too long, the baby begins screaming loudly, and then we've got kicking and screaming, and the lungs are breathing, and the whole body is wreathing in agony, and the back is arching, and the toes are going apart. All these things are happening, and nobody's coming. And at some point, the baby falls into darkness, loss of consciousness, sleep. In Greek mythology, the gods for sleep and death are brothers. Okay? And so there's the lapse into darkness as a way of relieving pain, mind, body pain, anguish that's so terrible, the only way to escape it is to fall into sleep. And in a way, that's something we all kind of intuitively know, partly because we hear it repeatedly with our depressed patients, but also partly when we're having a little depressed period ourselves, we tend to want to sleep. And so it's an effort to try to escape consciousness, escape the light of day into darkness. So that's the easy one. Let me give you the more difficult one. All right. Why darkness? The complex one relates to an issue Sigmund Freud worked his entire professional career from the early 1890s all the way up to the last paper he actually wrote, where his pen dropped with leaving the paper unfinished, the splitting of the ego. And the paper starts off basically saying, it seems like we've run into something new, or maybe this is something that we've been working on since the very beginning. So it's as though Freud has a sense of, as he's getting to the idea of the splitting of the ego, that he's come full circle to something that he vaguely understood at the beginning of his career, worked on the whole time. How is the ego split? Is it conscious, unconscious? Is it id ego? Is it drive and defense? I mean, what are the various splits in the ego? How does signal anxiety mark a split? So what are the splits in the ego? And the way I read this last paper of Freud's is as he's up against this, realizing, whoa, this is big, and it's been the center of our research for all these years. And now I'm going to lapse into my reading of his paper. My words are here. Again, if we can imagine a baby in the womb or shortly after birth, and the baby is then in a kinesthetic self, that we talked about earlier. Visual, motor, acoustic, all the sensory modalities are lined up, and the baby has a sense of organismic self. And then, as the baby reaches out, arms, legs, ears, eyes, the baby is mapping the world. What happens when I do this, she does that. When she does that, then I do this. And so this very complex, elaborate map is being constructed of the world the way the baby is experiencing it. And yet, as we realize, that map is ego. That is the function of mapping, of figuring these things out, of putting together cause and effect. That is ego. So we might say there are two egos. There's the ego that's my kinesthetic self that I've known since conception. that's moving, studying, and then there's this other self, which is the map of the world outside and all that I know about it. And so when we have a traumatizing outside situation that is either hurtful or depriving, neglectful, whatever the case may be, then what the baby does is to map all of that hurt, deprivation, trauma, whatever it is that's out there, and whether it comes from mother, father, older brother, or the family dog, there's a map there, and it's another part of ego, but it's the other self. So at the beginning then, we've got, as it were, two selves. Now I know self is a little complex word to be using there, but I think you see what I'm saying. There's two egos, the body and the outside world, but they're both inside. And so for a lifetime, we have then the two selves, the me self and the other self, vying for what's going to happen. And so when we have a traumatizing mother-other self, then the question is the child going to be constantly fighting off, complaining, being angry at the other self that's out there? Or is it that this other self is angry at the baby? I didn't want this baby to start with. This baby is, my husband wanted it. I didn't want it. This was an accident. I don't want this baby. This baby is crying. You can feel the rage. And that gets internalized. So what's internalized then is the body self and the, I'm going to say, traumatized other self. Let's look at it a little more closely here. The anticipation of an otherwise satisfying interpersonal or social situation may trigger a retreat or a collapse into the relief of darkness because in infancy the reaching hope resulted in traumatic disaster. Vulnerable individuals later in life may transfer this early treat to peace and darkness when triggered by experiences of extreme hopelessness, helplessness, despair, and psychic pain. That is, anticipation of an otherwise satisfying interpersonal situation may trigger a collapse because in infancy, no hope resulted in traumatic disaster. And the more complex then, okay, this relates to Freud and the splitting of the ego. By splitting of the ego, Freud meant that the earliest sense of agency, the I, you all know that Freud never used the Latin word ego. He always talked about das Ich, the I. And Freud's concern throughout his lifetime was, how is it that one species has an I and other species do not? How did that come about? And so the part of the I that reaches explorationally into the world and another part of the I maps what it finds, that is, actively creates, and then in some sense becomes an internal representation of what is out there. Hungarian analyst Alice Balint, in an illuminating 1943 paper, Identification, expands Freud's thinking on ego creating a perceptual motor affect identity inside that mirrors an object affect identity on the outside through the process of identification. One might say then there's a me self and another self, both in the ego, the I. Thus in infancy, when the other self is experienced as traumatizing, then the quality of the internalized ego, other, is likewise traumatizing. In the organizing experience, that first experience we've talked about, when the traumatizing internalized other self is triggered, an automatic shutdown is demanded and a retreat into darkness ensues. A flight from real or anticipated pain results in a loss of consciousness. In the symbiotic experience, when the internalized traumatizing other self is triggered, it creates a move towards compelling mutual affect regulation or interactional scenarios. That is, the unique mother-child symbiotic attachment or mutual affect regulation scenarios are of an instrumental nature. Someone said at the break, she was using the word influencing nature, and I like that one too. An instrumental nature, that is, each person behaves in a way designed to get her needs met in the relationship. These internalized instrumental symbiotic scenarios reappear in later life as usually unconscious interactional efforts to compel the other to meet my psychological needs according to my internalized expectations. And I showed you the suicide room there. Okay, let's see. Okay, another brief example I wanted to mention to you of the organizing transference came from a case I saw. It could have been 25 to 30 years ago. It was many years ago. I didn't see the case. A young woman came to see me in Orange County. I'd never worked with her before. She had been very well trained. There's a DBT institute down there, and she'd gone to it. And she said, when she called, that one of her patients had committed suicide, an adolescent. And she said, I hear you're the go-to person for tough cases. I'd like to run it by and see what your thoughts are about it. So, fine. So I saw her 3 or 4 sessions. She had a file this thick. She had worked, I think, very well with her patient in terms of the 3 times a week individual, then there was in a group, and there were journals, notebooks, and she went over a lot of the content of it, and the content had, went back to family history, went back to all sorts of things, and there were some drawings and some paintings. So the material was really very rich, but the therapist said, well, for the longest time, it didn't seem like we were getting anywhere, and then just at the point where I thought we were building trust, suddenly, she's gone. Did you catch that? Just at the point we were building trust. That's when darkness calls. I don't dare reach to you for fear you're going to kill me. And then at that point, I'm transferring onto you my traumatizing murderous mother or my traumatized murderous self. It could be either way or both. So, let me just read from the slides. It's got a few details I didn't give you. Let's see. All right, another brief example of a postvention, that's the word that gets used when you're studying suicide after the fact, of a psychotic teenager who'd been repeatedly hospitalized for self-abusive behaviors and a series of serious suicide attempts until she finally killed herself. She regularly regaled her therapist with an ongoing array of detailed journals and so forth. Let me move to the next one here. Offhandedly one day, she explained that she frequently had trouble sleeping in a room by herself at night because she couldn't breathe. There was no air circulation in there. Remember when I mentioned the baby, it hits the lungs badly, the kicking, the screaming, the desperation in the lungs. No air circulation. In the middle of the night, she'd go to her mother's room and sleep on the floor next to her mother's bed by a sliding door where she could breathe. She would decline mother's repeated invitations to get into her bed until she became freezing cold and finally crawled into the warmth. But, she reported, she had to be very careful not to get too close to her mother or she would become agitated. And within the context, I felt she was saying she'd become fragmented. Do you hear that? There's the cold, the loneliness, the desire to connect, and then right at the point of connection, the physical symptoms, the mental symptoms, and then at some point, the total fragmentation. It's notable that this offhand comment that serves almost as a dream representation, lacking oxygen and warmth, but afraid of intimate connection, came at just the point when her relationship with the therapist was deepening. Further, for 6 weeks, she had been involved in an increasingly intimate relationship with a boyfriend. Now, this young lady had had many sexual relationships, but at this point in time, something was moving forward, and it looked like there was going to be a real relationship with a guy, and that it was moving towards sexualization. And right at that point, also, just when the relationship was promising. Also, a close friend had gotten married over the weekend. Both her experience with her boyfriend and her close friends were intimate relationships that frightened her. All of the creative and voluminous content that marked her therapy experience missed entirely the in and out of therapy relational processes that were escalating terrifyingly out of control towards psychotic fragmentation. a side note on this. This case, when I'm preparing this class, I'm searching my mind for what do I know, and suddenly this case leaped out of it. And like I say, I had never known this woman. I just saw her 3 or 4 times. But when I went back and thought about it, I see her in my mind's eye, and she was a young, extremely attractive, well-appointed, well-dressed, well-groomed young woman, to the point of absolute perfection. Then, these were the early days of websites, and she had a website, of course. And in her, she had a good cameraman who had done a really good job of filming her. So there she is standing in her well-appointed consulting room, beautifully decorated, very poised, giving this beautiful speech about her practice. And as I saw all of that beauty and perfection, I thought, borderline, I thought she really doesn't understand relatedness. And so while she was doing a really good job of doing all the right things, and getting the journal entries in and doing this and this and this, she didn't know how to connect relationally to this young girl. And so just at the point that the girl is moving towards her, she doesn't grasp the possibility that this is going to be terrifying. And so the girl kills herself. Now that takes us into, what do we do about this? And the answer is, in a certain sense, nothing. We never do anything in therapy, do we? Aren't we just there, waiting to be used in one way or another? But when we have the organizing transference moving towards us, and as I repeat, it could be in somebody that's pretty spaced out, or it could be in someone that's quite well put together, but as a result of the therapy and other life experiences, they hit a kind of a deep depressive psychotic kind of pocket. And we're glad to have that coming, because it's got to be experienced and it's got to be worked through. So it's a very important part of therapy. But there again, we're extending warmth, empathy, trust, trying to get the person there, which she was certainly doing with this young lady. And yet she was unaware of the terror that was being stimulated by the relationship as the relationship got better, as it got more trusting. So that has all the implications in the world for our therapeutic techniques, that we're aware that not all people experience intimacy as good, and there's a whole group of people, and there's a piece in all of us that experiences intimacy as terrifying. I hope that what comes through today in all of this is we're talking about 4 different developmental levels. We were all in a womb once and had problems there. And at each one of these levels, we all run into traumatic experiences of one sort or another. As we all know, parenting isn't perfect. There is no such thing as a functional family. And so we all have these little pockets, and we work on them in our own analysis. And if you wonder where your psychotic pocket is, ask someone who lives with you. They will tell you. So it's what we're talking about here is human experiences, and it's a question of degree, the extent to which the trauma overwhelms the ego and stays as an early template, or to what extent in, let's say, a good, thorough piece of analytic work, we have some psychotic moments, and we know how important it is to go there, but the therapist has got to be able to simultaneously understand we've got to work towards connecting, and then we've got to work on what's the nature of the disconnection, because that's the transference at this early level. The disconnect, the flight from the connection. Example, before the end of an hour, Sarah, we had a really good hour today. We were talking about that movie you saw last weekend with your boyfriend, and I had seen it too, and we had some good laughs, we were having a good time. We felt close there for a few minutes. Okay, now, sometimes when people feel close, it sets off something in them, maybe some turbulence, maybe some fears, various feelings. So I want you to watch, driving home today and tonight, and maybe before I see you on Wednesday, let's see if there are any reactions that you're having that have to do with the really nice time that we had today. Now, at first, your patient will look at you like you're an idiot, okay? And then After a period of time, when you do this repeatedly, you keep wanting to point back to moments of connectedness and how those can be unsettling or just disturbing or whatever word you want to use. And at some point, not so surprisingly, your patient catches on. And I say not so surprisingly because they've been struggling with this their entire life. So when you begin pointing the finger to, wait, this is a moment we need to pay attention to, they get it. Not right away, but they get it. And then, after you've pointed it out and the person is then resonating with it, then comes that magical day when the patient comes in and said, let me tell you about how I disconnected last Saturday at my mother's 50th birthday. Okay? And so they then begin tracking that, as we do with all transference experiences. They have to be pointed out by someone else, then we slowly get hold of them, and then at some point we own them and we realize, wait, there's a piece of me that this is, and that in intimate situations, I want to run, I want to flee. And so that's kind of the nuts and bolts of the clinical technique. It's so very different than our other kinds of techniques. Freud taught us the value of verbal symbolic interpretation with advanced level neurotics. Kohut taught us the value of self-to-self object when the goal is the solidification of the self. Kernberg and many others have taught us the whole borderline, the whole character, where there's the splitting and the need to go on both sides of the split and to continue working on the scenarios, the interaction scenarios that occur there. And so we've known for a long time how to work those transferences. This lower level one is a little harder because it's so paradoxical, it's so counterintuitive, that we have to be aware that any good moment is bound to have an underside of fear. The organizing transference is a flight from connection, and what is being transferred is a fear from an early trust relationship which was traumatic. And sometimes there's later experiences, but the main thing here is the early one. And so we want to help people study their moments of disconnection and the ways that they disconnect, and they're always idiosyncratic. So we've got to study it for a long period of time. So really from almost the first moment when we start therapy, we're watching for what might be the points of the organizing scale in any patient, but then when the person moves back from intimacy or thwarts some kind of connectionness, what do they do? How do they do it? I gave those examples of debilitation and incompetence. Those were two words that those two patients came up with. Patients come up with incredibly complex and beautiful ways of expressing it, in time. And so the simple thing here is we can't study disconnections until we have connectedness. So the paradox is we got to seduce like hell to get some kind of connection or almost connect. So we work really hard to get something going, and then just when things start to warm up a bit, well, our red flags go up, and we begin to sort of try to work with the person on how are some of our moments in here unsettling, or whatever. It's your style and the patient's style that determines that. But so we're doing two things at once. We're seducing for connection, and then we're watching very close for the terror that leads to disconnection. And it's the disconnection that, of course, we're studying because that's the transference. That's what's being brought in. How did I do that time? Got it? Okay. Appreciate the question. This is, in my experience, I don't know what your experience of this today is. In my experience, it's like saying it the way I'm saying it at first seems novel, And then when you sit with it a little bit, you realize, oh, of course, like that, I've known this all along. I hadn't quite thought of it in that way. And that we're aware that when people hit a deep pocket of some kind of trauma, they're just terrified to process with it. We know this from all of our trauma work, the fear that people have, and helping them and telling them we don't have to get to those childhood molests anytime soon, and maybe not ever. Let's sit here and think about us, okay? And so we are always trying to help people deal with their deep fears. Okay. Here's Ed Schneidman. He coined epicenter, or psychic, which is the mind-body one, and suicidality. And I told you he's done a number of things, but he did come to believe a number of things. First, he saw suicide as uncompromisingly an act of the mind, not biology, physiology, sociology, constitution, though the mental pain was also physical. Secondly, after watching endless researchers define frequency counts of this, that, and the other, he began to realize and there were no decisive results. He concluded that each and every suicide gesture, threat, attempt, or success was absolutely unique, and only the intense study of the individual case would yield enlightening results. Thirdly, he clearly located suicide dynamic in the earliest developmental experience, and he believed that during his lifetime, 1998, he said this, was not enough yet data to define what those early experiences might be, or to theorize extensively about what factors in early development laid the seeds for later suicidality. And those are exactly the dynamics that we are talking about today, that he did not have access to. Okay. This emphasis on needing a viable theory of relational development to explain the suicidal impulse on the basis of very early life experiences is echoed throughout the many voices in the suicide literature. So you can imagine my delight as I'm getting into this literature and realizing here's all these people from different places in the world with different disciplines, and they're all calling for an early developmental theory that I've got in my back pocket, okay? And so I thought, really what we in our field, as a result of our extensive studies of infant research and neuropsychology, we now have a whole lot of really good ideas, and many more are coming every day, about those early periods and what it is we're looking for when we do these intensive case studies, the kind of things that become important. So in the event anyone here hasn't spent much time studying infant research or doing some neuropsychological research, it's time. The stuff is really good. And if you want to know where to start, ask one of your friends that's familiar with it, take a weekend seminar or something, because just the knowledge of the way babies and mothers work is just fantastic. And of course, Winnicott gave us the foundation for so much that happened later. Knowing that psychotic structures, let's see, I'll go back here. Later in his career, he coined psychic, and many different reasons he said. But if you take nothing else from today, here it is. Schneidman's relentless questions were, tell me where it hurts. Intersubjective. You tell me where it hurts. He's quick to say, they don't say my kidney or my big toe. They know exactly what you mean. Tell me where it hurts. And they go there. And the second question, tell me, how can I help you? And they know the answer to that as well, or they know how to get us started. So he felt that in our work, these two questions need to be asked again and again and again, so that any time someone is dealing with deep organizing, psychotic level thing, particularly suicide, those are the two key questions. Tell me where it hurts, how can I help you? And these two questions are now the bywords for suicide workers everywhere in the world. If asked persistently, these questions will inevitably lead to the epicenter of the individual's suicide urge. That is, somewhere down there, there's a center of what the horror is. And if we continue to ask that question, it leads people to that center. By the way, I've had, since I've been teaching this class now for probably about a year and a half, I started, And I've had a number of people that I know that have come back and said, I started asking those two questions and they are really good. So they're so simple, you know. Tell me where it hurts. Tell me how I can help you. All right, relational listening approach was first devised to study early developmental thing. Many of you know my first book in 1983 was called Listening Perspectives in Psychotherapy. And in that book, I laid out the 4 listening perspectives, you know, based on the Malerian framework. And all of the 21 books that have followed, the spine of the book has to do with these 4 levels and how they're applied to different things. So there's a couples book, there's a supervision book, there's any number of topics that are there. And any number, well, more than 400 therapists are quoted in those various books that have helped formulate that. But at some point, people, Jason Aronson was the one that said, can't you write a short little handbook? Jay, I have not ever written a short book. He says, I know, but you should write a short book. So I didn't do it for him, but I began teaching in China via Zoom. And some of you may be doing that through CAPA, Chinese American Psychoanalytic Association. And so on Tuesday nights at 6:45, I turned my Zoom on, and there's 17 Chinese faces waiting for me, and all over China. So every one of them is in a different city and all that. And yet, through the miracle of the internet and Zoom, it got organized in New York, out of New York, trying to seed psychoanalytic thinking in China. And I must tell you, I do case conferences, and I must tell you, that they're very skilled therapists. I didn't know what to expect when I thought, but they've got very good university training, they've had good supervision. Now, they don't have a lot of psychoanalytic training, but if I work with a second and third year student, you know, they're by now reading Winnicott and things like that. But when I began talking developmentally, it really intrigued them because they hadn't yet had anyone that talked like I do, like you hear me today. And so they were very interested, so I gave them the developmental chart, and we talked about it and all that. And then when we'd go over cases, you know, we would work with, okay, now developmentally, the relatedness that this person is showing with you, the therapist, and with her husband and with her children and her parents, what sort of relatedness templates do you see? Because when I showed you the relational chart, it's deceiving in the sense that it looks like a lockstep developmental process, which is definitely not. All of these steps overlap, and they're all universal. And so the chart actually reflects a dimension of relatedness complexity, from the simplest possible relationships in utero to the more and more complex ones of the Oedipus. And that in there's a whole lot of variation. So if we can get a ballpark sense of the fundamental relational dimension that a particular person is working in, then we listen and we begin to hear all the pieces fit together. So it's a developmental metaphor for relatedness complexity. So the Chinese students asked me, and so I wrote this book just last year, Relational Listening, a Handbook. That satisfied Jason Aronson. He loved it. And it's 95 pages, and it's a free download on the internet, and it's $19 at Amazon. And it's a summary of the whole relational listening process. And most of you have had, as you're already experiencing today, I'm not saying anything new to you. I'm saying it in a way that maybe you hadn't thought about it before, and hopefully a different way of thinking about it and talking about it, you know, enriches whatever way you ordinarily use to work. So that's the nature of this book. It summarizes, and it's telegraphic. That is, trying to summarize 45 years of experience with 400 therapists in 95 pages. It's quick and easy, but if you haven't specifically thought this way, that would be the place to begin. Okay. Let's see, where are we time-wise? in my book, in the book that I have on The Call of Darkness, I have a whole lot of different examples. It's a book that's got everything from today and much, much more. But, and I have several different people like William Tyrone, you know, the producer of Sophie's Choice, in his suicide path. But I wanted to share with you a bit about Sylvia Plath, because you all know her work, her poetry. And I have for you, through the miracle of YouTube, her reading her poem, Daddy. Okay? So we're going to go there. So let me tell you about Sylvia Plath. I believe we have an example with her of telescoped memory. Now recall, Freud talked about screen memory, and as early as 1912. And in screen memory, think of 1912 and the metaphor of a projection screen. You know, electricity was still being experimented with, and the idea you could take a little transparency, put a light behind it, and have this huge picture was like amazing. So Freud said, very often then, what we have in a screen memory is a vivid picture of something from childhood or somewhere earlier in one's life. In a screen memory, it might have happened or it might not have happened. That doesn't matter. The picture that's painted comes from the world of dreams, and it captures a whole era of someone's life. A whole set of emotional experiences are captured in the screen memory. Well, when Coet came along, he expanded that into telescoped memory. So he was like a folding telescope, where the person comes in and she tells us about what happened to her in the back seat of a car after the football game when she was 17. And then we began to hear something that happened in the chemistry lab a few years earlier with her professor. And then we hear this, and then we hear this. And as the therapy unfolds, we begin to see, wait a minute, there's a theme here. There's an emotional theme that runs through a set of developmental phases. And by the time we begin to see that, we're wanting to look all the way to the bottom and say, and the way I do this technique-wise is I begin to say, now this that you just told me, can you imagine with me what that scene would look like between a mother and a newborn baby? What? I can't remember that far. No, I'm not asking you to remember. I'm saying what happened here, either in our room or wherever. There's a relational component here. If this had happened between a mother and a baby, what would that have looked like? And after a while, you get two minds kind of creatively saying, well, okay, I see a baby at the breast and mother doing this and the baby doing that. And so before too long, you end up constructing an imaginary picture. Now, we're not trying to reconstruct history as is often leveled at Freudians. We're trying rather to look at current experiences and current memories and to imagine what would be the telescoped roots of those. Because if we can begin to get that, we can begin to see how all these memories fall in a certain place. So with Sylvia Plath, I believe I have an example of a telescoped memories. I'll read you just a bit about her. And then we'll listen to her poem, Daddy, written shortly before her death when she killed herself by putting her head in an oven at age 30. I'm convinced that the poem, in all of its intense blackness and sadistic evil, is representing some primal experience of a failed mothering process that left her utterly helpless, hopeless, and in blackness, the call of darkness. Harriet Rosenstein, in her critical biography of Plath, provides enough information of her early history for me to feel that my interpretation is essentially correct. It's common in therapy to experience, and when traumas are remembered about Daddy or other close personages of childhood or even later life, the powerful sting of emotion echoes a traumatic telescoped theme all the way down to infant relational development. The same telescoping phenomena is characteristic of other forms of PTSD, like major accidents or war experiences. As therapists working in veterans situations, they're aware that yes, there was that awful night in the foxhole, but that awful night in the foxhole brought up this and this and this. We all had that happen on 9/11, where And we saw that in all of our patients all week long. Every patient had a different set of life experiences that 9/11 triggered. So when we're looking at any kind of trauma, we want to look at the telescoped effects. We'll only get a certain sense of corroboration through the hermeneutic process of repeated thematic similarities that occurs in life or psychotherapy. Sylvia was born in 1932 at the height of the Great Depression. Her German-born father, Otto Plath, this is right after the First War, and the Germans were hated in Boston, was professor of zoology and German at Boston University. Her mother, Aurelia, was 20 years his junior and a teacher of shorthand and typing. Aurelia gave birth to her brother when Sylvia was less than 2 years old, so we have several factors that may have made her early years difficult enough so that Rosenstein and later Ronald Maris, a biographer, speak of very early trauma. Shortly after Sylvia's 8th birthday, her father died of complications in a case of diabetes. She published her first poem shortly thereafter at the age of 8 in the Boston Herald. She was always an outstanding student, receiving scholarships to Smith College, a Fulbright Fellowship to Cambridge. She married the English poet Ted Hughes. Sylvia experienced a miscarriage and then gave birth to 2 children before her marriage went into trouble with her husband, taking on a series of mistresses. She wrote the poem Daddy at the time they were divorcing. Shortly thereafter, she killed herself by putting her head in a gas oven. My surmise is that the cruel abandonment of her husband echoed the traumatic loss of her father, and that these experiences telescoped with early failures of maternal care. We know that Sylvia suffered her whole life with intractable depression and had made several prior suicide attempts. We note her father died when she was 8. In the poem, which is quasi-autobiographical, she says 10. We also know that at the peak of her success, like many other great artists, she killed herself at age 30 in 1963. Plath, prior to her suicide, described her experience of depression in her journal. Quote, "I have been and am battling depression. I am now flooded with despair, almost hysteria, as if I were smothering," there's the lungs again, "as a great muscular owl were sitting on my chest, its talon clenching my heart." And on the subject of fear of great achievement, in her widely acclaimed autobiographical novel, The Bell Jar, her main character makes a very interesting reports a Freudian slip. The main character is saying, "I'd always imagined myself a great this, succeeding this way, succeeding that way. But in some conversation, somebody asked me what my ambition was, and I suddenly said, without thinking, I don't really know." And at that moment, she became aware that she didn't really know, and that there was a truth to it, that she had no sense of what her life was worth or where it was going. Sylvia's early trauma led to a very basic and tenacious subjective inadequacy. All of her achievements, straight A's, grades, prizes, fellowships, awards, could not substitute for her loss of early love and non-contingent approval. Respect and love are different emotions. Mother love is freely given or withheld, without regard to merit. And later achievements, no matter how grand, can never substitute for early non-contingent acceptance. This inability to accept self and others led almost inexorably to social isolation. Plath became intensely, even painfully, critical, compulsive, perfectionistic, and rigid. In The Bell Jar, she has another image. Some of you may recall it. Her main character is sitting in a fig tree, in the crotch of a fig tree, with wonderful, delicious figs all around her. And she's trying to decide, which one will I pick? And she's thinking, maybe this one, maybe this one, maybe this one, maybe this one. And while she's debilitating, the figs, one at a time, turn black and fall off until the tree is empty. What an image. Rosenstein and other Plath scholars that have studied her whole work, the general consensus is that her finest work was right at the end, and it was not yet published when she killed herself, and that she knew it was her best. And so she was about to be plummeted into even greater fame than she already was, just like the famous chef, just like the famous comedian. They're right in the peak of success, and she was there. Her last series of poems, says Rosenstein, were her best. She had reached a pinnacle of success as a poet. Her late poetry is full of mouths, open, demanding, never satisfied, those of children, of flowers, of animals, and other women, of men, and of her speakers. One sense always is the universe is insatiable because the speaker herself is insatiable. No amount of food, real or symbolic, can fill the emptiness within. And every demand from the outside threatens to deplete her still further, provocations to greater terror and rage. Her fate, her dissolution, has this and many other poems. Daddy Ring of this, the poem Daddy, rings of her inevitability. In Plath's poem Daddy, written just before she killed herself, the speaker both needs her daddy and needs to be free of her dependence on him. The need is that of a little child's need that has never been satisfied. The poem is a finalizing act of murder in which she severs herself from her compulsive internalized need to be neglected and abused. So here we have Freud's split self, the me self and the other self, and if you kill one, you kill them both, regardless of which one is killing the other. She sees herself as the archetypal victim, a Jewess being carried away in a cattle car, but at the same time she feels erotically overwhelmed by a sadism. Every woman loves a boot in the face. Her identification with his power to obliterate her leads her to attempt suicide earlier, but when that fails, she resorts to other methods by turning him into a cruel black sadist that she marries. So there's the repetition of the trauma by marrying this cruel sadist. In the end, there's no escape. As she kills him, she kills herself. The feminist movement of the 60s and 70s, perhaps justifiably, seized onto this poem as a battle cry against male domination. But as a psychologist, I read it as a representation of the otherwise unrepresentable primal mothering situation that was cruelly and seductively overstimulating, as well as overwhelming, depriving, and full of cruel blackness.
Daddy. You do not do any more black shoe in which I have lived like a foot for 30 years, poor and white, barely daring to breathe or chew. Daddy, I have had to kill you. You died before I had time, marble heavy, a bag full of God, ghastly statue with one gray toe big as a Frisco seal, and a head in the freakish Atlantic, where it pours bean green over blue in the waters off beautiful Nosset. I used to pray to recover you, ach du, in the German tongue in the Polish town, scraped flat by the roller of wars, wars, wars. But the name of the town is common. My Polack friend says there are a dozen or two. So I never could tell where you put your foot, your root. I never could talk to you. The tongue stuck in my jaw. It's stuck in a barbed wire snare. Ich. I could hardly speak. I thought every German was you. And the language obscene, an engine, chuffing me off like a Jew to Dachau, Auschwitz, Belsen. I began to talk like a Jew. I think I may well be a Jew. The snows of the Tyrol, the clear beer of Vienna, are not very pure or true. With my gypsy ancestress and my weird luck, and my Tarok pack, I may be a bit of a Jew. I have always been scared of you, with your Luftwaffe, your gobbledygoo, and your neat moustache, and your Aryan eye, bright blue. Panzerman, oh you, not God, but a swastika, so black no sky could squeak through. Every woman adores a fascist, the boot in the face, the brute heart of a brute like you. You stand at the blackboard, Daddy, In the picture I have of you, a cleft in your chin instead of your foot. But no less a devil for that, no, not any less the black man who bit my pretty red heart in two. I was 10 when they buried you. At 20 I tried to die and get back, back to you. I thought even the bones would do. But they pulled me out of the sack, and they stuck me together with glue. And then I knew what to do. I made a model of you, a man in black with a Mein Kampf look and a love of the rack and the screw, and I said, I do, I do. So, Daddy, I'm finally through. The black telephone's off at the root. The voices just can't worm through. If I've killed one man, I've killed two. The vampire who said he was you and drank my blood for a year. 7 years, if you want to know. Daddy, you can lie back now. There's a stake in your fat black heart, and the villagers never liked you. They are dancing and stamping on you. They always knew it was you. Daddy, Daddy, you bastard, I'm through.
How's that for a suicide? Yeah. Okay. Isn't that amazing? I have one more thing I want to do before lunch. If you'd open to the back of your handout, the very back. Let's see. Now, let me take this one here so I know what we're doing. Thank you. Let's see. This is the infomercial part, okay? Here's the last page is this book. And like I say, the class comes from this book, but the book is like about 10 times more than this. And it's a free download on the website. And it's down there, free psychotherapy, or $19 at Amazon. Also, I have started doing something I'm really excited about, doing video consultations. I hate the telephone, so I never liked it. But once I started doing video consultations, I'm now doing a lot of them in a lot of different places, and I'm encouraging therapists to get onto the habit as well, because I think there's a lot of good possibilities for us. So I'm prepared to offer anyone one free consultation on a really difficult case. So if you feel, call my office, set up an appointment, and when 2 o'clock comes, we'll both be on Zoom. Monica will tell you how to set it up, and I'd like to get everybody launched into the video world. Then the page before, those are my 9 books that are all on the free website and all on Amazon as well. And then go to the page just before, and you'll see important suicide resources. Now, as I went through about 50 books and 150 articles, these are the ones that seem to be the most helpful from different standpoints. Some of them are for patients, some are for you, some are books, but clearly the most important book, hands down, is this small one here by David Rudd. It's listed first on that list. It's the Assessment and Management of Suicidality. As you've already noted, it doesn't look like today we're going to get into any of those assessment and manages. And I've decided that most of you have done this before in your law and ethics classes, and there's no point in me reinventing the wheel. This book has got everything you need to know. You need to go on Amazon first thing Monday morning. You could do it today if you want. In order, it's $19. Now let me tell you why this is so important. David Rudd is a psychiatrist, and he has been working suicide issues for a long time on both sides of the expert witness level. That is, it's not infrequent that therapists, when there's been a suicide, get sued in one way or another. And so David Rudd has worked on both sides. So he starts by declaring, we have no standard of care for managing suicide. That is, there's not any general guidelines that are available. And so the standard of care is decided case by case. And it's going to be the fight of the expert witnesses that decide it. And here again, since suicide and family and everything is so idiosyncratic, it shouldn't surprise us that we don't have any standard ways. But you all know certain kinds of things, and you all know that certain kind of things almost seem silly, whether we're talking about contracts or whatever. But if you're ever on the hot seat, the question is going to be, what did you do? And so what you want to do is to make certain that you've done, of all the things that someone in your spot might also have done. So he's got questions to ask people, forms to fill out. You can copy them out of here. It's a really good book in terms of management of suicide. And those of you that are supervisors, I assume there's many of you in this room, this would be a book to make sure all your supervisees have. $20 at Amazon. Copycat or contagion behavior. There's been a lot talked about it, and you all seen, one teenager kills him or herself in school, and there's 2 or 3 others that follow, and we see it again and again. And yet, as these things get studied, the sense is it's not, there's 2,000 kids in that school, and 2 kill themselves. So if we were all going to copy, there'd be plenty more people. So what we have to surmise, and there's evidence to suggest it, that the ones that copy are the ones that are vulnerable. And by vulnerable, I'm talking about the kind of thing we're talking about today. They've already got that deep split in ego, and they're already ready for the darkness. So when it's there, that triggers it. And although throughout today we're talking about there are triggering events, but they are not the cause. There may well be biological genetic predispositions, but they're not the cause. The cause is always mental, and it is always triggered by something. So let's see if I can get in here and. So suicidal behavior seems to be greatly influenced by social contagion. Reports of epidemics of suicide alarmed Europeans early in the 19th century at the pitch of the Romantic movement. There was an English boy, Thomas Chatterton, who was a poor, homeless kind of kid. And when he killed himself, there was all sorts of sympathy for it. And the French suicide rate doubled between 1830 and 1840. Then Goethe's Sorrows of Young Werther was an enormous influence, and it stimulated suicides all over the continent. A century later, the biggest of the ones occurred between the 2 world wars, and it's known as L'inconnu, the unknown woman. And what happened was there was a woman who was dragged out of the Seine River, and the assumption was that she'd killed herself, and she was in the morgue for a long period of time, but remained completely unidentified. But it was big in the newspapers. So some clever novelist seized it and created a story, which put it into the bestseller immediately. And the story was she was a poor peasant girl from the south of France, come to Paris to make her way, and she fell in love with a British diplomat. Of course it was British, you know how the French hate the British. And so it was a British diplomat, and who made her his mistress, and then at some point returns home to his wife and children, and she, being distraught, throws herself into the Seine. Well, the masses chose to believe that one because of the bestseller status of the book. Let me show you her. There she is. It turns out all over Europe, particularly in France, people of sensibility everywhere bought copies of the death mask. Someone saw her in the morgue and thought that she was particularly beautiful, and so people have compared it to the Mona Lisa in terms of just the quiet and sensitive beauty. And then the hair, it turns out this influenced a whole generation of young German women in hairstyle. They all took their hair to be the hairstyle of the unknown woman, Inconnu de la Seine. A Japanese teen, idol took her life, and 6 others. 2 kids at a high school, more kids. Someone in a family dies by suicide. The rest of the family members are more likely to die. I read one article from Cleveland newspaper where there were 50 suicides in one large extended family through marriages and all those things. It's now, no one knows quite how to account for that. It's easy to say, well, then that makes it okay. But I think it's more than that makes it okay. There has to be some predisposing factors running in those family lines. Let's look at this contagion.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
So here they are, the lemmings. Disney made a film that portrayed them as suiciding. They are migrating, they're hungry, and they're in search of the next hunting ground. And the only ones that die are the older, the infirm ones that can't swim the 25 miles. So those are the lemmings. Attractive places for suicide. The most famous place, of course, is the Golden Gate. Throughout history, certain locations have extended a fascination for suicidal people. The Eiffel Tower, of course. The Empire State Building, of course. The Milan Cathedral, because there's many parapets around there where people can jump, and Niagara Falls. These have all been popular suicide locations. Then in Nanjing, there's the Yangtze River Bridge there on the left, a famous one. And then in New Zealand, this is Lawyer's Head Cliff. It's a tall cliff that people jump off of. In Japan, at the foot of Mount Fujiyama, the Akigahara Forest, people hang themselves almost every night there. And then in Seoul, this great bridge, it's a very, very long bridge, and it became a popular place, and so the authorities decided they wanted to cut down on it, and so, because most of them were at night. So they lighted the bridge like this, and the suicide rate doubled. So it was a more beautiful place to jump from, all right? Then this other one is interesting. This is a volcano island near Tokyo, 5 hours boat ride from Tokyo. And so the story goes, at one point, a Romeo and Juliet kind of couple went there and leaped into the volcano, a lover's leap. And that was such a fascinating thing that people began to go there to jump. And so at some point, you can see there's two little bays there at the foot of the mountain, and they're now resort areas with hotels and everything, so it's become a huge tourist attraction. And there is a way to walk up there, but there's heavy fences all around it, although people manage to jump over the fences anyway. And if you buy a one-way ticket, you're immediately arrested. Wow. I know. How's that? Okay. Okay. South India, I told you, is famished. New Zealand, where the Maori haven't a chance. North Dakota. Here's Third Eye Blind. They're a rock band, and they were corralled into coming to North Dakota and doing a suicide prevention tour. So they went from city to city, town to town, and there was a whole big suicide prevention effort that was done by the state and Third Eye Blind. I watched the video taken in various cities, and there was just a lot of mobilized interest that went into it. It seems like that sort of thing is the thing that's got to happen in various places. In New Zealand, I mentioned, with the suicide rate so high, a couple of years ago there was a national movement among friends and family of suicide victims. And because the problem was that the New Zealand government wasn't taking the problem seriously and had not allocated anywhere near sufficient funds to begin to address the problems in clinics and so forth. So what they had was a line of shoes stretching from one end of New Zealand all the way up to Wellington, up the Capitol step, shoes worn by people who were dead. Very impressive. And the legislature did act. I've been getting, since I'm going there soon, I've been getting newspaper clippings and so forth. And they're still way behind, but there's a very serious effort. And I think this is what it's going to be taking in various communities to begin, providing enough facilities so that the people who are the vulnerable ones can be worked with. And from our talk today, and from who you all are and the way you work, you're aware that this is not something that can be done in 10 sessions. Now, in 10 sessions, or whatever short-term work, people can be encouraged to cheer up and can be encouraged to think less, so some of the cognitive therapies, but no one that's working short-term claims to have done anything significant about suicide prevention. They've just pulled people back from the edge, and they're aware that it's very deep. Mark Williams wrote a wonderful book called A Cry of Pain, and it's really very interesting because we hear cry for help all the time. Suicidal behavior is most often not a cry for help, but a cry of pain. It's like an animal caught in a trap which cries with pain. The cry is brought about by the pain, but in the way it communicates distress, it changes the behavior of other animals who hear it. That seemed to be a really important point, and he has a whole book developing that in various ways, that it's the pain that's impelling. It's the pain that arrests our attention. And that may be why then one of the most common reactions that people, including ourselves, tend to have is a sense of helplessness. How do we stop the pain? And we'll get to Schneidman, because he's very clear about that anything and everything that will momentarily give some ease is going to be fair game in psychotherapy. We'll get to that a little bit later. The next psychological thing was, this is where I got the word instrumental from. Suicidologists generally concluded that many attempted suicides are not actually trying to die, since the gestures are weak, taking less than a legal dose, cutting lightly, and so forth. These seemingly instrumental gestures are often interpreted as a cry for help or an interpersonal manipulation of sort, but his point is they are instrumental, trying to get people to help them ease the pain. Ronald Morris and suicidal career. He maintains that virtually everyone engaged in suicidology agrees that the descriptive profiles of self-destructive behaviors of the past must give way to dynamic developmental models. That is, within all the suicide research, they're trying to come up with what does it look like, what do we do, what are the commonalities. It is trying to give an overall scientific empirical approach to it, whereas by the time we've studied that scientifically for 50 years, we're aware that we haven't made any progress, that it's going to be the individual case. So suicidality varies over time and among different types of individuals. It's argued here that the suicide's biography or career is always relevant to his or her self-destructive reaction. So he's saying that in our work, what we're going to look, we talked about this earlier this morning, we're going to look for that telescoped effect, that is this and this and this and this, and over a career, over a lifetime, their suicide comes up repeatedly in various ways, consciously or unconsciously. Another psychological one is a fantasy of being rescued, and suicide is dyadic. By the way, that's something that all the suicidologists are now aware of. It seems isolated, lonely, and yet by the time it's studied on a case-by-case basis, there's always someone that one is killing as one kills oneself. And you got that in Sylvia Plath's poem. As I kill myself, I kill you, Daddy. And of course, at that point, Daddy was her husband, her father, her mother. So at any rate, suicide is always dyadic. Fusion fantasies and self-object confusion lie at its heart, and in almost all instances, a warning is given before the deadly chance is taken. Jensen and Petty show how playing the odds with death almost always involves a test for the person who's cast in the role of the potential rescuer. So it's a role we do not want to be the rescuer. Because then it's a test. Do you love yourself more, or do you love me more? Okay, are you ready for the heavy part of the day? Yeah. This has been peplum so far, you guys. All right. I promised you this afternoon that I'd go through 6, maybe 7 of the major groups that have been able to report good results in working with suicide. And the first are the psychoanalysts, the Freudians. Let's look to see what the thinking here is. Any survey of the psychoanalytic tradition necessarily begins with Mourning and Melancholia, 1917, in which Freud contrasts normal and ordinary grief to loss, mourning, with chronic and debilitating mental preoccupations, melancholia. Now today we would call melancholia major depression, but in 1917, so he is saying then that when there's a loss, we all feel grief, and we're grief-stricken, and it goes on for a while. And then at some point, the key thing is we come to grips with the reality. The person is really gone. And after the tears, the anger, whatever is involved in that, reality sets in. And then with reality setting in, then we're able to, quote, move on. That is, begin to move back into our life, go back to our regular relationships, and begin to find other connections, other relationships that will carry us through our next phases of life. But in melancholia, the person is thrown back into that first year of life, the major depressive one, where we see that split in the ego operating. And the internal split is the fight between the self that wants something from the other and the other that wants something from the self. And there's a great deal of rage both ways, back and forth. So it's why many people have said it's aggression against the self. It's more clearly thought of as two parts of the self, one against the other, and it could be the internalized, traumatizing other that is aggressing against me, the baby, or it could be the baby aggressing against the internalized other. But in any case, it's a battle inside. And the battle inside goes on and on and on, and it absorbs all of the energy so that the person is not able to deal with the fact of the reality, this person is dead. They're gone for good. And so all of the energy involved in fighting the internal battle makes it impossible for the person to move on and to end the grieving process. And you've all sat at one time or another with patients, perhaps with friends or relatives, who are caught in that deep, deep depressive place they just can't get out of. And no amount of what the ideas are or experiences are, they are there, and you can see that this internal battle is going on and on and on. And so the question there is, if we're working with someone that way, how do we get in there, stay interested in it, and help people evaluate what's there and maybe slowly begin to let go of it? But but we have to have the tool in our heads that we're fighting self against self. According to Freud then, in ordinary mourning, the normally functioning ego has suffered a loss with grief, and after having painfully accepted the reality of that loss, matures, expands its purview through locating and identifying with others in order to repair or replace the loss. In melancholia, major depression, on the other hand, the primary ego, as it were, the me self, discharges its aggression towards the internalized identificatory part of the ego, the other self, representing the failing and lost object, and being thus preoccupied, is unable to accept the reality of the external loss and cannot move on to repair or to replace that loss. And it's been a while since I read that paper. I don't recall if in 1917, Freud yet had the idea that it works in a role reversal as well. That may be something over the years we've added to it. But it's as if the main formulation that he has is that the me is fighting the internalized other. But one of the things is, when we've identified with the internalized other, it also turns the other way. That it's the internalized other that hates the child and wants to abort the child. Okay. Let's see. Freud's formulation reads then that the ego turns aggression against itself. That is, the primary ego discharges its aggression towards the identificatory ego, resulting in a debilitating depressive reaction, often defended against by manic activity that works as a defense against depressive despair. And as far as I know, this is the first reference in any of our literature to, as it were, mania being a defense, or the flip side of depression. Freud develops it very well later, but I think this is the first reference to it. In 1920, Freud again considered suicide in the context of a case study of an 18-year-old girl, that's the lesbian girl, after she made a suicide attempt. Analysis has explained, says Freud, the enigma of suicide in the following way. Probably no one finds the mental energy required to kill himself unless, In the first place, in doing so, he is at the same time killing an object with whom he has identified himself, and in the second place, is turning against himself a death wish which had been directed against someone else. Okay, so here's the way Freud says the reverse. But at this point in time, we could say it's the identificatory ego is attacking the primary ego. Following Freud's Mourning and Melancholia, the next major edition is Menninger, and Menninger emphasizes unconscious motivation. And pay close attention to this. There's subtle, really nice pieces that Menninger added. So he starts off by saying the conception of self-destruction as a flight from reality, from ill health, disgrace, poverty, etc., is seductive because of its simplicity. Its essential fallacy is one of incompleteness. It lies in the implied assumption that the forces impelling regression come wholly from without. From the standpoint of analytical psychology, the push from inside, is more important than the pull. That is, the ego is driven by more powerful internal forces than external reality. The paramount factors in determining behavior are the impulses from within, the motives originating in the individual, which expressed his attempt at adjustment to reality. So far, he's saying something that we really know, but there's a slight twist here. All right. We know that the individual, in a measure, creates his own environment, and thus the suicidal person must help to create the very thing from which, in suicide, he takes flight. If we are to explain the act dynamically, therefore, we are compelled to seek an explanation for the wish to put oneself in a predicament from which one cannot, except by suicide, escape. I'm going to read that one again. We know that the individual always, in a measure, creates his own environment, and thus the suicidal person must help to create the very thing from which, in suicide, he takes flight. If we are to explain the act dynamically, therefore, we are compelled to seek an explanation for the wish to put oneself in a predicament from which one cannot, except by suicide, escape. And so somehow, as we work with patients, I think it's important to keep those two ideas in mind, because what we're trying to do with each person is to unpack whatever's going on for them, whatever's in the history, just being aware that there's some part of you that set this up. Why would some part of you do that? Now, we don't necessarily ask that. It sounds a little rude, but we have that in our mind. Now, we might ask it. Okay. In other words, if for one's own unconscious purposes, one brings about an apparent justification in external reality for self-destruction, the unconscious purposes are of more significance in understanding the suicide than the apparently simple, inevitable external realities. Before we do that, I have an interesting story that came from this paper. I'd never heard it. When Hitler was trying to figure out how he was going to invade France, he had the Maginot Line to deal with. And he had no idea whether it was going to take 4 hours, 4 weeks, 4 months, or 4 years to penetrate the Maginot Line. So he naturally had cooked up Plan B, and it wasn't a secret to anybody what Plan B was going to be. It was march south, like Hannibal did, through the Alps, through Switzerland, and going through southern France. So that was what Hitler was going to do. Now, the Swiss people understood this. And so what happened was thousands of mostly young people, certainly military units, flooded this pass and began to set up booby traps, ready to bomb bridges, start rock slides, do anything they could to stop Hitler. And while these thousands of young people are working hard, trying to protect their homeland, again and again, they had a vision. Switzerland only has one saint, St. Claus, not Santa Claus, St. Claus. They had a vision, hundreds of them at a time, with St. Claus holding Hitler back. And Hitler did not pass through there. Do with that what you want. I had never heard the story. There are monuments in that past now to the military for their bravery in terms of being ready to give up their lives. So this, I'm bringing this up in a suicide context, as did Vinegar, because there are a number of reasons why suicide might be a good thing, and one of them would be heroism or martyrdom, in a sense. So next thing Klopfer goes to is what might be some of the reasons that would be good reasons, whether you like them or not, for, I don't have them in this slide. Martyrdom was one, old age, intractable pain. There's a number of reasons why the person simply can't get out of a trap, one of life's traps. And that might be the time for suicide. And that's very different from the ones we've been talking about today, where there's a deep primitive split that gets triggered. These would be realistic reasons maybe to throw in the towel. Defending your country, defending your God, whatever. All right. The second major group of people that have considered suicide extensively are the Jungians. The Jungian analytic perspective centers around what life and death as a part of life, has meant to people from all cultures throughout time, and how those meanings have been expressed in archetypal forms, notably sleep and death. And I told you, the Greek gods for sleep and death are brothers. Jungian analyst James Hillman, in his book Suicide and the Soul, makes clear that death is an important aspect of life, and that the question of how one lives or dies, by fate or by choice, is a crucial one everyone must consider. Now, in all the books, articles, everything I read, this was undoubtedly the finest. 1965, it's been around for a long while. But Hillman, he's one of my favorite Jungians. He's brilliant, and he goes through one aspect of suicide after another with this very solid approach, and it's the approach that I'm advocating today. We get to hang with people and unpack all of what's going on. So let's hear how Hillman says it. Any careful consideration of life entails reflections of death, and the confrontation with reality means facing mortality. We never come fully to grips with life until we're willing to wrestle with death. We need not postulate a death drive, so he's taking a crack here at the Freudians, nor need we speculate about death and its place in the scheme of things to make a simple point. Every deep and complex concern, whether in oneself or with another, has in it the problem of death. And the problem of death is posed most vividly in suicide. Nowhere else is death so near. If we want to move towards self-knowledge, he says, and the experience of reality, then an inquiry into suicide becomes the very first step. Then he speaks of the position of the therapist. When suicide is the problem of the hour, an analyst should be expected to have achieved a conscious point of view beyond his subjective concerns. But how does an analyst develop objectivity about suicide? And in the context, what he's saying is suicide has touched everyone's life in one way after another, whether they're friends, family, children, parents. We've all had experiences that have touched us deeply regarding suicide. And those naturally interfere with our capacity to listen to this person here. They set us up with certain biases. And so what he's really saying is, as with other countertransference biases, it's really very important to be able to try to let go of whatever attitudes we may personally have towards suicide and get in touch with the person in front of us. Objectivity to suicide means openness. And openness about suicide is not easily gained. These are his words. The law has found it criminal, religion calls it a sin, and society turns away from it. It's been long the habit to hush it up or excuse it by insanity, as if it were the primary antisocial aberration. So he's saying with these strong cultural forces everywhere around us, how do we get free to be objective and to be present with our client in terms of what the client is needing to deal with? Objectivity here puts one immediately outside the collective. Openness to suicide means more than taking an individual stand against collective moral opinion. Openness to suicide means, first of all, a movement towards death, openly and without dread. Hillman emphasizes not only the need for analysts to be objective about death and suicide, but to enter into a committed relationship with the person to the extent one is also a participant in the tension of the unfolding process. I can't tell you how important I find this statement. First time I taught this class, year and a half ago out in Riverside, there's a woman there that I've known for many years who I was in active consultation with her because she had a seriously suicidal woman that she was working with. And she was in contact with a woman 7 days a week and a couple of times a week with me. And here she is, she's opening a new practice. She's got 2 kids, 2 and 4. She's having some difficulties with her husband. And here is this suicide patient taking up all of her mental energy. She was just exhausted by it. So I was glad to be there with her, holding her hand while she walked her through. And at this point in the slideshow, she says, "Let me tell you what this has taken out of me." And she went through, she said, "I'm just about to die myself, but I know this is the right thing. I know I have to be there, but it is absolutely awful." And many of you, when you've been through these scary scenes, you know that the only thing to do is to be there, and to be there in whatever way you can, and to have somebody walk you through it as well, until we get to whatever needs to be gotten to. And from the track record we've had, we seem to have found some ways of doing it. And the ways that we've had of doing it are no different from the ways that you have here. And we talked about them all day. Okay. This tension of body and soul is crystallized most clearly in the problem of suicide. Here, the body can be destroyed by a, quote, mere fantasy. No other question forces us so acutely into facing the reality of the psyche as reality equal to the body. And because all analysis turns on the axis of psychic reality, suicide becomes the paradigmatic experience of all of analysis, perhaps of all life. And because all analysis turns on the axis of psychic reality, suicide becomes the paradigmatic experience of all analysis, perhaps of all of life. Hillman speaks of suicide prevention as an antithesis of the experience of death the person is needing to have. So you notice the title of mine is Suicide Intervention. I got rid of the word prevention because what he's about to say here strikes me as so crucial. The person is needing to have a stance that precludes exploration. If suicide prevention is a prejudgment and the analyst opposes, that is this prejudice, on the ground that it does not lead to understanding suicide as a psychological fact, this in no way implies that one is therefore for suicide. The issue is not for or against suicide, but what it means in the psyche. The concern of an analyst is to maintain connection with the inside of experience and not to surrender to the pressures of the outside. If an analyst wants to understand something going on in the soul, he may never proceed at an attitude of prevention. Not prevention, but confirmation is the analyst's approach to experience. Not prevention, but confirmation. Ah, you're feeling this way. Tell me more. Where does it hurt? What can I do to be of help at this juncture? You know, let's bring it out, bring it into the light of day. And, his desire to give recognition to the states of the soul which the person concerned is undergoing, so that they may become realized in the personality and be lived consciously. Here, he is there to confirm what is going on, whatever is going on, okay, no matter what. Ideally, he is not there to approve, to blame, to alter, or to prevent. He may search for meaning, but this is to explore the given, not to lead away from the experience as it is. So he specifies the ideal position of the analyst. Without dread, without prejudices or prepared positions, without pathological bias, that is, we're not seeing it as an illness, rather, suicide becomes natural. It is natural because it is a possibility of our nature, a choice open to the human psyche. The analyst's concern is less with the suicidal choice as such than it is with helping the other person to understand the meaning of this choice. Okay? The only one which asks directly for the death experience. The therapeutic action or transformation, he says, begins at this point where there is no hope. Despair produces the cry for salvation, for which hope would be too optimistic, too confident. My only certainty is my suffering, which I ask to be taken from me by dying. An animal awareness of suffering and a full identification with it becomes the humiliating ground of transformation. And as you know from your studies of Jungian psychology, the question there is always, how are we transformed? And Hillman here is saying so very clearly, it's when we are finally defeated and we don't know what to do, and we relax and things come to us. Okay. We've all been there. Okay. Hillman confidently concludes, this emphasis on experience, this loyalty to the soul, and the dispassionate scientific objectivity towards this phenomena, and this affirmation of the analytical relationship may release the transformation the soul has been seeking. It may come only at the last minute. It may never come at all, but there is no other way. And I spent a while trying to understand his phrase, it may not come at all. Does he mean that there are some suicides we can't prevent? I'm sure he means that. But I think more than that, we're aware that there may be people who are suffering and are suicidal, and we may work with them for a while, and while they never reach a point of transformation, they get to where it's time to leave, and we are usually disappointed in the sense that we didn't get the kind of work, do the work that we're best at, but the person really wasn't ready or didn't have the ability or wasn't in life circumstances where at this moment, that sense of utter regression to dependence, if you will, that collapse was at this point a practical reality for them. And so we end up saying goodbye, come back when you need it, and we end up being sad we didn't get to work longer. Yeah. All right, the third approach that I'd like to take, remember what we're doing now is we're looking at groups of people over time that have worked together that feel they've got a good handle on working with suicidality. The third one is the Schneidman approach, and of course he's influenced suicide prevention centers all over the world in various ways, and he taught and lectured widely. But by 1988, through various publications, and he had seen all sorts of useless studies and attempts made, and so he came up with our best route to understanding suicide is not through the study of the brain, nor the study of social statistics, nor the study of mental diseases, but directly through the study of the human emotions described in plain English in the words of the suicidal person. Isn't that beautiful? It's like, wherever we're going to understand it, it's going to come from this person in the words and stories they give us. The most important question here, to a potentially suicidal question, is not about family history or laboratory tests or blood or spinal fluid, but tell me where you hurt and tell me how I can help you. That's the centerpiece of his work. His widely acclaimed 10 commonalities found in suicide, they're quoted widely, and so here are the 10 commonalities of Schneidman. The common purpose of suicide is to seek a solution. That is, the person is in pain, they're in agony, they feel hopeless, they feel helpless, and they want to find a solution. And this seems, in a fragmented state of mind, this seems like a perfect solution. The common goal of suicide is cessation of consciousness, the call of darkness. I want to stop being conscious of my pain. 3, the common stimulus to suicide is psychological pain. 4, The common stressor in suicide is frustrated psychological needs. He was a student of Henry Murray's, who, as you know, more than any other psychologist, had studied the human need system. And so Schneidman realized that we have many, many human needs, and that when these needs are frustrated, stymied, or blocked, when crucial ones there, then the question is, what are we going to do about it? How am I going to get my needs met? And that's why then the instrumental idea comes up. If I do this or do that, maybe. The common emotion in suicide is hopelessness, helplessness. The common cognitive state in suicide is ambivalence. Freud brought to our unforgettable attention the psychological truth that transcends the surface appearances of neatness of logic by asserting that something can be both A and not A at the same time. And so the ambivalence of I want to kill myself, but there's another part of me that doesn't want to die. 7, the common perceptual state is constriction. Now, Schneidman studied this one extensively, and other people have written a lot about it. The general word is constriction, but it's more than that. It's mental constriction, it's limitation, thinking concretely. He did analysis of some amazing journals of great writers. One was the Italian poet Pavese, another one was Herman Melville, and a number of other people. And in these studies, he went through and with a detailed analysis of the language, the vocabulary, the grammar structure that these people used in general in their journals versus the way they wrote when they were in suicidal states, and found the constriction, the loss of abstraction, the concrete references, the illogical conclusions. And so it's as though what he's aware of is that when people are in a suicidal state, again, no matter how intelligent or clear thinking they are at other times, when they're feeling suicidal, they're not in their ordinary self, and that their thinking is constricted and often illogical. The common perceptual state is constriction, there it is. The common action in suicide is escape or regression. I've got to get away from this pain. The common interpersonal act is communication of intention. One of the most interesting things we found from psychological autopsies is that there were clues to the impending lethal event in the vast majority of cases. And 10, the common pattern in suicide is consistent with lifelong styles of coping. Schneidman, we must look at previous episodes of disturbance, dark times in that life, to assess the individual's capacity to endure psychological pain. We need to see whether or not there's a penchant for constriction and dichotomous thinking, black and white, split thinking, a tendency to throw in the towel, for earlier paradigms of escape and egression. Information would be in the details and nuances of how jobs were quit, how spouses were divorced, and how psychological pain was managed in these many circumstances of life's traumas. The implications are find some way to reduce the pain, remove the blinders, lighten the pressure. All three, even just a little bit. So it repeatedly in his books, he wrote a dozen of them, repeatedly in his books he has cases where he's showing that sometimes even the slightest little movement that might happen in the middle of a therapy hour would give enough so that the person was okay until something else came up. And so really what he's saying is what we need to do when we are feeling hopeless and helpless about it is to just stay right there with the person and see if what the smallest thing might make a difference. And he offended my Freudian classicism when he began to talk about some of the things that he would be willing and ought to be done in suicidal crises. So at first I thought, well, wait, that's not neutrality. That's interfering. That's helping. And my good old classical training was we don't do that. We don't interfere with people's lives. We don't try to help them, you know. Well, he confronts that very clearly. When people are in a suicidal crisis, they're not thinking clearly, and they need us to do whatever is necessary to help them. And he gives examples like helping them with car fare, or connecting with a social service agency that can help them with housing, but doing anything and everything we can while they're in this disabled state. And the general sense then is when we get them back from the edge, then we can begin to talk about what that was about and why you needed me to intervene in that way. Because in general, you know as well as I do, you don't want me doing that sort of thing for you. But when you're in that frame of mind, it sounds like that was important, and I'm glad I could be there for you in that moment. So he kind of converted me away from my Freudianism and into suicide treatment in terms of this is a life-giving crisis. And I then had to go back to an episode that I experienced on the couch in my own analysis when the husband of a woman patient of mine, she had announced she was going to divorce him, and he had had a psychotic break, complete with gangrene and paranoia things, and at some point he's out to kill me. And so fortunately I had an indoor and an outdoor to my office at the time, and I would not go back into the waiting room because this man was serious and was in a serious homicidal state. So I'd go out of the hallway and then open the hall door so as to, and I was on the couch one day and I told my analyst, well, this is the situation and I'm really scared. And he says, well, sit up right now, you know. And he says, now tell me about it. And then he had had a lot more experience than this is when I was young. And he said, did you do this? Yeah. Did you do this? Yes. Now what about this and this and this? And so it was like he understood that I was involved in really with a state of psychosis. And we can't sit back and be Freudian in a state of psychosis. And that helped me realize that at the time. And it was wonderful to me that he had the good sense to do it, got through it safely. All right. We're still with Schneidman here. Schneidman expresses the opinion that suicidality springs from psychological assaults, quote, very early in childhood, and likely the pains that drive suicide relate primarily not to the precipitous absence of equanimity or happiness in adulthood, that is the triggers, but to the haunting losses of childhood's special joys. Isn't that beautiful? He's pointing to what we're talking about today, but as he was first to say, he didn't have the kind of theory to work with that we have. In part, the treatment of suicide is the satisfaction of unmet needs. And there again, when I first encountered this, my Freudian ire went up, like, well, we're not supposed to be meeting needs, but what you really want wins is the day one talks to significant others, of course we're obligated to do that under law, contact social agencies and concerned about practical items such as job, rent, and food. The way to save a suicidal person is to cater to that individual's infantile and realistic idiosyncratic needs. And we pull them back from the edge and then we deal with it. With highly lethal suicide person, the main goal, of course, is to reduce the elevated lethality. And the most important rule to follow is that high lethality is reduced by reducing the person's sense of perturbation. One way is by addressing those practical, in-the-world things that can be changed ever so slightly, just anything to give slight relief. Okay. A psychotherapist can try to decrease the elevated perturbation of a highly suicidal person by doing almost everything possible to cater to the infantile idiosyncrasies, dependency needs, the sense of pressure and futility, the feelings of hopelessness and helplessness that the person is experiencing. So here again, the theme of the day is going into the frame of mind that the person is in, however that may be possible to do. Okay. All right, change to attachment. The fourth group, the attachment people. Thumbnail sketch, as you know, Bowlby had his three secure, insecure clinging, insecure withdrawing, and then was added later the disorganized attachment. And these are all recognizable patterns. And then after a while this could be measured with the 18-month-old stranger room, the idea came up by Mary Main that we should be able to measure attachment, the same attachments in adults, and so she developed an open-ended research scale called the Adult Attachment Inventory, where a person sits with a client and simply gets them to talking about relationships in their life, about memories, about trying to get the person to tell their whole life history and narratives. And based on what came out of that, there were the 4 categories of attachment were defined, and so we had a new research tool. Well, with new research tools, it's only a matter of time before somebody says, well, wait, here's what we need to do. So the obvious experiment came up. Let's give the adult attachment scale to pregnant mothers, expectant mothers, and then when their babies are 18 months, we'll give the stranger test to the babies, and we'll try to see what kinds of mothers produce what kinds of babies. And you could already say, we know exactly how it's going to turn out, but knowing how it's going to turn out and watching the hard research data are 2 different things. The hard research data did demonstrate what you're already thinking. That is that secure mothers produce secure babies, and insecure mothers produce insecure babies. But the details of that were very interesting. What was it that characterized the secure mothers, and then therefore later the secure babies? And thus was born the concept of mentalization. That is, the mothers that were found to be secure from an attachment standpoint could tell coherent stories about their past. They had vivid memories. They had lots of emotions, and they could attach the emotions to experience. And so they were able to mentalize their experience, whatever it was they were thinking or feeling, they could talk about it. The mothers with insecure attachments could not. They couldn't give complete stories. They were often incoherent, didn't make too much sense. And so then came the whole studies, and I guess maybe Peter Fonagy is the man most involved these days in doing mentalization research, but there's a whole group of people. And we're just generally aware that learning to put words, symbols, stories to our bodily experiences is a vital human capacity. And that's what gives us a sense of being secure, safe human beings, that capacity. When we had Andre Green here at the Newport Institute some years ago, someone in the discussion said, Dr. Green, what would you say is the centerpiece of psychoanalysis? And those of you that have heard him talk, you know, he has a European professorial attitude. And so he takes his pause and looks at everyone and says, representation is all. Representation is all. That's what we're trying to do. And the mentalization concept has that same sense. And so representation can be done in many different ways. It doesn't have to be done, you know, in cognitive stories, but the fact that one can do this. So that's where the attachment literature leads up to this. Now let's take a look at what Jeremy Holmes, he's a longtime attachment researcher, he turns his attention to the process of mentalizing the suicidal experience. He makes the point that the paradox of mentalization is that being able to think about suicide makes its occurrence less likely, and conversely, not being able to mentalize a suicidal choice increases the likelihood of it happening. So from that, our task is clear. We're going to work on mentalizing all of the experiences around the suicidality. Holmes has defined mentalization as the ability to see oneself from the outside and others from the inside. Holmes sees suicidality as triggered by a collapse in one's attachment network, leaving suicide as a viable option. Considered developmentally, such a person has never internalized a secure base which allows a secure self in adult life. Without having established in infancy reliable mutual affect regulation with caregivers, there's no internal other to turn to for support in despairing moments. Okay, this experience then, in turn, enhances their capacity to mentalize in the midst of emotional states rather than being emotionally overwhelmed in a non-mentalizing suicidal state, and that's characterized by cognitive disorganization. So mentalizing connection is the foundation for treating all suicidal patients. Mentalizing is a means by which separation and loss are endured, a bridge across inevitable fractures and ruptures that are intrinsic to intimacy. And it's only on the basis of secure attachment that the insecurity detachments can be born. Unmentalizing, the suicidal person knows that death is the answer. He cannot or will not consider other possibilities, that this too shall pass. It's the job of a therapy team to build or rebuild the visualizing of a life that could be lived, and or to keep the patient alive until that becomes feasible. I talked this morning a bit about Martha Stark and her new book, and she's just sent out a 25-page addendum to it. When I responded to her, I said, "You will be hated for this." And she says, "I know, but I've been hated before." So in this piece, those of you who know her work, she thinks that she calls them models. I call them listening perspectives, 1, 2, 3, 4. She calls them, they're the same thing. But she's been working for some time on developing a Model 5, and she's been floundering around trying to figure out, and sometimes she was going spiritual, metaphysical, she was grasping at where it is. And in this last addendum that's 2 weeks old, she says, in Model 5, we must be able to share the enthusiasm, imagination, and vision of our patients and encourage them in the direction that they want to go for themselves. And so it's a very active thing. She says, as therapists, all the way along, it's important that we understand what their own imaginary possibilities and capabilities are, and then in some way or another, we're right there with them, excited, and coaching them into where their unfolding is going to lead them. So I thought about that, and I cheered her in an email, and I said, "It's so good to have you say it that way, but when you say it, I realize I've always done that. That is, I've always been there, but I never thought about it." Again, Freudian training, you're not supposed to be encouraging people to have visions or use their imagination. So we're giving up a lot of supposed tos, all of us are, and we're realizing now that we're in a relational era, and that the most important thing is that we're in relationships alive. And what Martha is really saying is there's an aspect of relationship that we really have not made explicit until now, which is inspiration, vision, imagination, courage. And that our job is to, the first 4 models, we're trying to take apart bad things from the past. In the 5th model, we're trying to move the best things forward. So watch for Martha Stark's new book. I'm on a road trip, so if you know of other places that I should be talking, have people get in touch with me, because I think you can tell I'm into this. I'm having fun with it. And the only problem is there's never enough time to do all the things I want to do. So in this last laugh, I'm going to start off with something that I don't have quite enough time to do, so I'm going to do it halfway. When we think about the deep psychodynamics involved in suicidality, we can see that whatever the age of the person is, in some sense, doesn't matter. We're talking about infantile vulnerabilities. And so therefore, there could be a trigger at any age. So we have suicides in young children, and people want to say, well, why? Well, it's the same reason, that they have something very early on, and they feel psychic pain, and they need to turn the lights out. And even young kids, they watch television, they know you're supposed to hang yourself, or if you want to stop the pain or something. Then we've got a lot of teenage suicides, and of course, many people want to point to the triggers of pressure for exams and one thing and another. But there again, there's millions of young people that are pressured in the same way that don't commit suicide. So really, we have to understand that whenever there's a suicide, there's some kind of deep organizing or symbiotic level of vulnerability, and whether it's been seen or not. I had some interesting questions when I was doing this in Istanbul. During the break, there were 4 or 5 young people came up, and they said, well, but what if there wasn't any trauma? I thought, is there a person on the planet that hasn't had trauma? Obviously, they were thinking of someone they knew, and maybe a brother or something like that. And what could trauma have been? Everything was just fine. We don't know from watching the outside what the child's subjective experience is. You all know that as therapists. So even in a situation where we've got good enough parenting, that doesn't mean that something doesn't happen. The young lady I spoke to this morning that I've worked with for so many years, she's now working on her doctorate in statistics and acing the thing with full tuition scholarship. So that's from out of 6 months in the mental hospital to she's doing fabulous. With her, I've met her parents on several occasions. They're wonderful, average, respectable people living in Orange County, the suburbs, and they're fine. And they have 3 other grown children, all of whom have graduate degrees, and they're intact, and there are no other problems in the family. And but what mother was finally, I had a social worker do an in-depth interview with the mother looking at early things, and the mother was able to confess that she had undiagnosed gestational diabetes. So this was 35 years ago, and it wasn't just routinely done, And so we have reason to think that there were problems, but before the child was born. And she was able to say that she came out kicking and screaming and starved to death. All she wanted to do was to nurse. Well, I believe if a baby is hungry, the baby should be fed. So I would let her nurse as long as she wanted to, but finally she would spit up. So we can see, needless to say, a lifelong eating disorder, but clearly disrupted by the diabetes in utero. Have another young man I'm working with about the same age, and it was the same circumstance. He had a mother with gestational diabetes. It was undiagnosed and untreated, and in his particular piece, what he's working on now, he's been able to gather some pieces from the family history that his parents were never willing to tell him, which was during that last trimester, his mother kept having diabetic comas. She would pass out. She wouldn't go to the doctor. She didn't know what the problem was, and she kept, eating her sugars and drinking her wine. And even today, this many years later, she still doesn't take good care of herself, doesn't take any care of herself. And she has to keep, using a pump. But he was told then that during the first year of life, one day his aunt was supposed to meet his mother, and she didn't show, and the aunt finally goes over to the house and knocks on the door, and nobody's answering, and so she uses her spare key and lets herself in, and there is mother laying flat on the floor with the baby crawling over her breast, screaming and yelling and kicking. And there's reason to think that there were many occasions like that. And then he can remember, that was all told to him by relatives. What he can remember now is that when he was about 3.5, his mother was driving and she suddenly felt dizzy and she needed to stop and get something to eat. So they pulled into a McDonald's and she puts him in the booth, and on the way to the counter, she passes out. And of course there's a hubbub, and the ambulance is called and one thing and another, and the police, and they're all ushered off the hospital, nobody realizing this is her little boy sitting in the booth. And so finally, and he doesn't know what's going on. So finally they discover it, and then he does remember a nice thing. The police took me in the back of their car and they gave me a teddy bear that I still have today. So, I'm talking about, in these cases, particularly since diabetes wasn't really understood so well back in those days, there's plenty of things that aren't understood now. So there's plenty of reasons to think that at any age we could have these kind of vulnerabilities. Yeah.
Do you know anything about the stats for people who are born prematurely?
I don't know about
Suicide?
premature, but here's what we can say. That Winnicott has given us this in his wonderful paper, Birth Trauma. It's on birth trauma. And Winnicott starts off as a pediatrician. He's witnessed thousands of births. And he says there's nothing inherently traumatic about the birth process. The womb is crowded, the baby wants out, there's an exit, mother's tired of it, and so it happens. And yet, if there is an unusually prolonged or intense birth experience, it becomes the prototype for later traumas. Now, those later traumas could entail things before birth or after birth. Alcohol-fetal syndrome might be one of them. Adoption at birth leaves a certain vulnerability. Any of the childhood diseases, hospitalization. So the thing about it is, all of these can potentially lead for a trauma. And yet we have a resilience factor. So some children have been through all kinds of experiences and still seem pretty resilient. So we don't have any way of talking about those things predictively, which is kind of the theme of today. We've got to do it post-predicted. So now the same would be, so we've got children, adolescents, middle-aged people, midlife crisis people, then we've got older people with a variety of things. Now, in all these different things, there are reasons why people commit suicide. But I hope you've learned from today, we don't take any of those reasons seriously. We take them as triggers. Now, we listen to them and we follow through and try to get information on them. But what we're aware of is that the triggers, no matter what age, they trigger the same basic thing, that early split or the early manipulation kind of thing. So that's what we're listening for. Recall the history of Otto Kernberg. Of course, he gave us the wonderful idea of borderline personality organization. That is, it was borderline psychosis, ambulatory schizophrenia. There were lots of ideas, but he really said it's a way that the personality is organized. And then, so we're talking about relationally. Through relationships, the personality got organized in a certain way. And so he was wanting to move away from all of the pathology and all of the DSM thinking, and in time he applied that same approach really to all of the character disorders. Now, unfortunately, the DSMers have taken all of those personality organizations and turned them into pathologies and 12 criteria and so forth, but that was not Otto Kernberg. He was feeling like the centerpiece is the relationship with the patient, and that we were out to understand the way their personality was organized, and he understood full well that that there were pre-Oedipal issues in all of the character structures. So being a classic psychoanalyst, Kernberg, of course, said that, well, that means all of these pre-Oedipal character structures, they're not analyzed by usual psychoanalysis. That is, the usual talk therapy will not touch these character structures. And so then he began talking about, but we can have psychoanalytic psychotherapy. But in his earliest versions of that, it felt kind of watered down, like, well, you can't really have the Cadillac, but we'll see if we can get you a jalopy. And so a lot of people were kind of offended by that attitude, feeling like, well, a lot of things can be done in psychotherapy. Well, it turns out that over time, and with his wisdom, he and a group of his colleagues have come up with EFT, or TFT, yeah, okay, thank you. Transference-focused psychotherapy. Now, let me tell you, this is my version, my quick and dirty version of Otto Kernberg's stuff. His point is transference is everywhere, all the time, 24/7. That is the only way we can perceive or move in the world is by relational templates that come from the past and perceptual templates that come from the past. So when I come up and meet you, I'm meeting you through all of my past experience, and will I ever really be able to see who you are? maybe if we work long enough and mutually, we'll get a vision of each other, but we're aware of how difficult, if not, impossible it is for any two people to really fully, emotionally and cognitively know each other. So, but with that in mind, that transference is ubiquitous. Otto Kernberg's tactic in transference-focused psychotherapy is there's a long kind of informed consent, explaining what the process is and explaining how we're going to move forward. And it's basically this, that with transference being everywhere, each session is going to start with the therapist saying, where are you today? Where are you feeling I am today? Where are we today? So he wants to pull out of, at the beginning of the session, whatever transference experiences you may have to me, you may think I'm having to you, and that we may be having some together. Now, I haven't gotten far enough, not enough is written about their work yet. I don't know quite what he wants to do with countertransference, but I assume it's the same. But the whole idea is, whatever is important about transference is here now, and each time we get together, it will be different. And so each time we'll start, and then whatever your immediately spontaneous answers are, that's what we'll work on today. And so, I mean, that tells me then that and he wants intense therapy, 2 to 3 times a week minimum. And that tells me then that all during the week and driving to the therapy session, you're busy thinking, okay, now what am I going to tell Larry today? What's on my mind? Where are my transference paradigms at this moment? And some of them may come to you and some of them may not come to you until you walk through the door or until you see me looking at you. But at some point you say what they are, and that's what we work with today. And the general assumption is, of course, we'll get those spread out. And with suicide being part and parcel of the whole thing, it's a way to expand, to unpack whatever the transference paradigms are that contribute to the suicidality. I'm going to go back and forth here just a little bit. Marsha Linehan, in her DBT, has a totally different theory, a totally different way of working, but in essence, she's doing the same thing. 3 times a week, group, keep journals, do notebooks, come in, tell me everything that's on your mind this week, and we work with it. We work with it also in the transference. So they're both going to the same place, detailed work on the emotional life of the patient. And I think both of them are okay thinking about countertransference, but that's not a centerpiece of the way I read it. Now, here's the shocker. Both of them have a rule, and it's in the informed consent. If you attempt suicide, they state it almost identically, do not call me. You have just ended the therapy, go to the emergency room or whatever you need to do to take care of it. And then, when the dust is settled, if you want a second chance, come in, and together we will evaluate whether you really want to be in therapy or not. And you might get a second chance, or you might not. But don't call me. Go to the emergency room. Both of them. Now, I was horrified. I thought this seems all irresponsible and so forth and so on, until I began to think a little more deeply and thought, well, in my own way, I sort of do the same thing, except I'm much nicer. Somewhere there's a slide in here about what I'm recommending. It's back towards more the how to handle suicide. The tactic that I have taken towards a number of things, including paying the fee on time, is Mama Knows Best, in the sense of, I learned this in my when I had some patients at the beginning of my practice that had gotten behind in their fee, and I had to hire an attorney to help me collect the fee, which we don't do today, but we did then. And I was so exasperated, and I thought, I never want to go through this again. And I don't know what happened. I don't know how mothers get in the mother knows best thing, but it's an act of courage, where all of a sudden we're going to do it this way. And usually you do it in the middle of a terrible Tuesday, where ordinarily you're trying to negotiate and give way, but at some point it's no. And it's said with such a sense of authority that the kid hustles around. I've never had a bill unpaid in 40 years. And I know what I would say if it came up, but I don't even have to say it. Somehow it's written all over me. It's like, all right, the reason I want you to pay your bill on time, I bill by the month. The reason I want you to pay your bill by the 10th is because if your check isn't in, Monica will tell me, and I'll be thinking, okay, now what's the problem? What's going on here? What kind of resistance are we facing? And at that point in time, I'm not with you anymore. You know, I'm busy thinking about my income, about resistance, about all sorts of things I don't need to be thinking about. I want it when you walk in that door and lay down on the couch or sit across from me, we are tuned in. So don't fuck with me, okay? Now, I don't say that. I don't have to. But it's inside, and people sense it. Now, the same here, I believe, is true with suicidality. And so in my statement in there, I basically have a statement to the same effect of, I do not want you ever threatening to attempt suicide or to be in my office or to leave my office where I have to worry about you. And the reason is very simple. If I have to worry, then I'm not with you. I'm busy worrying, do I have to call the police? Do I have to call the lover, the spouse? What if I get sued? And you know, you have stopped, there it is, you have stopped the therapy by threatening me with suicide. Now, I have a much nicer way of saying it, but that's the bottom line on it. And so once again, it's don't fuck with me. Our work is too important. I value every minute we have together. And you can talk about suicide all you want. You can tell me what you think you might do if you ever do it. But don't ever leave me in the lurch thinking that there's any danger, because I can't work under threat. You know, the analogy is you can't do psychotherapy when there's a loaded gun in the room. You just can't do it. So if we're going to be in therapy, we have to do it this way. So I essentially am radiating the same message that Kernberg and Linehan are, but I have my own way of saying it. So in any event, both of these groups report very good results with suicide, and they work for long periods of time, so it's the thing we've been talking about all day. Larry Hedges again in the city of Orange. I hope you enjoyed the class. It was a very good group of people, and we had a good day. But there's a number of things that we were unable to cover, so we're going to go there now. The first two things are going to be examples from the literature of suicide autopsies. And I explained in the class that this was invented by Edwin Schneiderman, the idea that after there is a completed suicide, then a team of people go in and interview all of the relatives, the friends, the children, anybody that knew the person. And those interviews are all recorded, and then a multidisciplinary team goes in and looks at them. So in one particular book, he has a really interesting autopsy on a young man who was trained as an attorney and a physician who killed himself. So here's the story the way Schneidman tells it. He was giving a lecture at the I can't remember the name of it, the St. Pelagia Hospital. And it turns out St. Pelagia is like the patron saint of suicide, because during the 4th century, she threw herself off in a suicide off of a tower when her person and her virginity were threatened by some roving courage. So when he's lecturing there, what happens then is a woman comes up and asks him if he will take a look at 2 suicide letters from her son. And so he takes them, he looks at them, and then he begins to develop quite an interest in young Arthur. So here's the introduction from that book written by Arthur's father. He says, for centuries, suicide has been shrouded in secrecy. The families of suicide victims have been punished, often relieved of their possessions, sometimes rejected by their communities, the pain of their terrible loss belittled and misunderstood by friends, families, churches, and nations. It's taken courage, decades of understanding, and the steady work of compassionate professionals and everyday survivors to help professionals in therapeutic, spiritual, and community services to realize that the survivors of those who commit suicide must be treated with the same kindness and humanity as those loved ones who may have died of diseases or been killed in sudden accidents, deaths that bring great sorrow, but not the shame that has surrounded death by self-murder. Dr. Schneidman's book, The Father Reports, shatters the secrets, opens the door to forgiveness of Arthur by his family, and to healing each family member's own wounds. To be able to celebrate the life of our departed loved one, and to stop the crushing secrecy that can destroy us if we let it, we must go through this pain. Autopsy of a Suicide, the Suicidal Mind, that's the title of the book, is a model of psychological autopsy that should help these who are left behind, bereft by suicide, to understand that the secrets are what often kill. And secrets can kill us if we don't let the light of truth and shared feelings enter our journey of grief. For suicide to be transformed from taboo to understanding, we must seek to find why it is such a forbidden subject. And so I told you when he was lecturing, he read these 2 letters and then agreed to begin working with the family. So our patient is the way Schneidman starts his book. Call him Arthur. Tells us at the very outset of his suicide notes what the matter is. It is pain, psychological pain, what I call psychache. He hurts living in his own skin. He's wearing an unacceptable, painful, indwelling psychological catheter that is not adequately fitted, not adequately useful, and not adequately fulfilling. On the whole, Arthur does not feel worthy. He's estranged and he hurts beyond bearing. What do we learn from Arthur's notes? What he is trying to tell us? Do we need the interviews to illuminate and provide the context to his narrative? I grouped some of the phrases from his notes that I found noteworthy. So here are phrases from Arthur's 2 suicide letters. One, these are quotes. You need to control and direct. Quote, please do not resuscitate me if alive when found. Please, I want your happiness. That's addressed to a girlfriend. Please move on and make a marvelous life for yourself. Addressed to a male friend. You will survive without me. Addressed to another male friend. I need you to be happy that I'm out of my pain. Addressed to his sister. The second theme is a plea for forgiveness. Remember me to be happy for me. Please be happy for me. I beg you to celebrate for me that I can be free of pain. Please understand that this is what I needed for me. And 3, absolution. Those that tried to help me, including my therapist, should not feel that they failed. Don't feel you failed. No one should feel they failed. 4, ambivalence and uncertainty. I could not be saved, I guess. I guess this was inevitable. Right now, I am so torn. And there's the ambivalence. Right now, I am so torn. Poignant despair. However my periods of despair have sadly been, they are much greater strength and preponderance. Oh, do I wish I was in a simple world where my only needs were food, shelter, and clothing, and not some deep spiritual satisfaction. I won't have to struggle with another day. Understand that I was just suffering too much to bear it anymore. That's addressed to his sister. I will do it now. I have nothing left. 6, remorse and regret. I'm sorry for leaving you, addressed to a male friend. I want so badly to be back with my girlfriend. Why did I ever break with her then? However, I feel that going back to her just may be complete, just maybe an option, not an option at this time. I was not happy and felt there may be a woman out there that could just remember me completely content with all of her life. 7. Being a savior and being saved. She is all I feel I can save me. I guess I've always dreamt of myself as a savior, being someone who would physically drag her off and force me into environments which were good for me and lead me to pleasures in my life. If there's anything above when we are gone, then I will be smiling at you as a close friend when I see you happy in your life. Marry and raise a family. That's addressed to the ex-girlfriend. Altruism. If I go this evening, then I go to spare her more unnecessary pain and to avoid our inevitable cycle of torture. Lack of pleasure. How long can one go without pleasure? And this has taken a great toll on me without anything giving me pleasure in life. 10. Self-criticism. It is the last years that I've managed to slowly ruin my life. I can't hold it together long enough. Even if I have been bad at keeping in touch, I can't handle pressure. I live in isolation. I did not adjust to school. Somehow I made it through that period. The problems are within me. My life is a tragedy, but it's one that unfortunately I cannot overcome. It's notable in all of these comments that are addressed to his friends and family, everyone is addressed but his mother. That fact suggests to me that the epicenter of his psyche centers around his early relationship to mother that cannot be remembered except in the role reversal enactment of neglecting her as she once neglected him, metaphorically forcing her into darkness as she once, through neglect, forced him. And as we go through the case, we can see that mother was simply not able to attend to him in his earliest months of life. Says Schneidman, the overall conclusions are that Arthur may have had some neurological delays or disruption in infancy and childhood, as exemplified by severe temper tantrums, running away from home and school, disruptions in the classroom, biting his mother, swinging a baseball bat in the home, and wildly running through the home. His mother described him as dysphoric and anhedonic from the beginning. It's unclear how these behavioral problems and poor ability to relate to others interfere with his development of a nurturing relationship between Arthur and his mother. His mother alludes to her own recurrent bouts of depression when he was an infant and feeling overwhelmed as a mother. One has to wonder if she might have been subclinically depressed and outmatched by a difficult child. She describes Arthur as frustrated, frightened, and angry, full of rage from the very beginning. Schneidman opines that as a man, Arthur seems to have been on a mission, a search, to find an identity, peace of mind, emotional stability, a sense of predictability, and security. Every time he approached it, it eluded him for one reason or another. And there we have what we talked about in the class of the organizing experience. That is, just when one is on the pinnacle of success, just when one is ready to make it, then something happens. And that something happens takes one away from the success. And so every time he approached it, it eluded him for one reason or another. The high school incident that led to his first suicide attempt was probably due to his realization that the wonderful weekend experience was fleeting and elusive, and that he didn't have the wherewithal to ensure that he could create and maintain such good feelings himself. He had gone away on a retreat, had a really wonderful, wonderful time, and immediately after there made a suicide attempt. There again it is, right when he's got happiness and success within his reach, the call of darkness. His mother says that it was in medical school that Arthur made a second suicide attempt. He had found another woman to love, but every time they seemed to get close, he ran away over and over again. And there it is, as the intimacy beckons and the possibility of a warm, intimate connection, it threatens, there's the need to run. Intimacy and vulnerability seemed to scare him. He constantly was searching for people, institutional frameworks, and careers to provide him with some fix for his pleasureless world. Arthur seemed to lack any psychic reserve. His emotional well was always empty, and he lurched from one fleeting pleasurable episode to another. However, no relationship, no event, and no professional identity lasted for very long or long enough. So you see, just as something was about to take hold, something else happened. Some of my patients use various words. One young woman speaks of when she's just about to succeed, her eyes go blurry and her thoughts decompose. Another man speaks of his mind debilitating just when he's on the verge of success. His ex-wife reports that Arthur's times of utmost despair came immediately after happy times. The thing I want to comment about this book of Schneidman's, he's the one that has pointed to the earliest episodes of life, sow the seeds for suicide, but he said in 1998 that during his lifetime there was no viable theory, and not likely to be, of what exactly went wrong in those early months of life. And yet here we see in the suicide autopsy, he really in some ways knows, but he doesn't know that he knows it. He can see that with Arthur, every time Arthur is right on the verge of success, then Arthur plunges himself into darkness. But at that point in time, we didn't have the infant research or the neurological research that we now have to let us know what exactly happened at those moments. So here's Schneidman again. Arthur lived for 13 years beyond his first suicide attempt, which required hospitalization. He reports he never truly gave up the thought or the intent to die. My sense is that right up until the end, he wanted to be saved, but didn't know how to save himself without asking for help, which ironically, he may have been too ashamed to ask for. And one of the ironies here is he's a physician, he's an attorney, he knows that all of us need assistance in one way or another, but he could not turn to anyone for help. This is a case of a young man searching for authenticity, identity, and individuation. Every time he entered into situations that allowed him a taste of these feelings, they weren't sustainable, either due to circumstances, the high school weekend, or to his inability to adjust to them, his marriage, a long-term commitment to his girlfriend. I believe that because he was already struggling with a constant feeling of emotional emptiness and loneliness, the addition of emotional emptiness and the addition of impending major depressive episodes would overwhelm him, his abilities to function as a physician, lawyer, friend, son, sibling, and lover. So Arthur himself had a fatal interactive flaw, his inability to accept love. Quote, I don't deserve to be happy. Quote, I don't deserve to have a good, attractive woman. He repeatedly rejected sustaining acts of interpersonal kindness. So the profile depicted by Schneidman suggests the lifelong repetition of the organizing experience that I've described in the class. Arthur's inability to tolerate intimate connections or sustaining social situations due to early traumatic circumstances that left him with that never reach that way again, certainly Arthur's call to darkness. I feel like that here we have Mr. Suicidology himself doing this suicide autopsy, and at an intuitive level he knew exactly where the problem came from, but he didn't have the theory that we now have today to help us think about it more clearly. I'd like now to switch to a second example that illustrates the same thing. This is a story that's told in a number of places that I've just compiled. It's a story of Drew Soperak, and it's a true story. So I'd like to conclude this with a personal suicidal career with the well-known story of Drew, who to an uproar of applause from his classmates, received the Outstanding Leadership Award from his squadron at the U.S. Air Force Academy. There were hats in the air. All of his classmates cheered for him. But Drew did not return the next day for graduation or receive his officer's commission, because 2 weeks before graduation and commission, 2 weeks before, he began hearing the voice of God telling him to run naked through the forest, and in the aftermath, he was hospitalized for severe mental illness. He had been valedictorian of his senior class in Wilmington, Delaware, president of both junior and senior classes, homecoming king, captain of his sports teams, and star in the senior play. He was accepted both at West Point and the Air Force Academy, where he expected that he would succeed. In addition to being, as people say, drop-dead gorgeous, Drew was well-liked and excelled in everything that he tried. Yet 18 months after graduation from the academy and a long series of hospitalizations and manic depressive illness and delusional disorders, he went to a gun store where he bought a .38 caliber revolver and shot himself twice in the head. Drew had made a difference in many lives. Drew mattered to many people, but consolations were of no help his friends and family struggling with why he had done such an incomprehensible thing. His profile suggests again the emergence of the disconnecting, organizing experience just at the peak moment of his success, becoming a commissioned officer and an Air Force pilot, his lifelong career goals. And it was at that point that he buys the gun and ends his life. All right, I want to switch gears. I want to apologize today for kind of going back and forth, but I think that you can see the center of the class is what you saw, and what I'm now doing is trying to augment that class with some other interesting materials. So I gave you the main approaches, the Freudian, the Jungian, the DBT, EFT, and I just touched briefly on the interpersonal theory of suicide led by Thomas Joyner, but I want to come back and go over that one and then go for a few more, because there are some short-term approaches that I didn't have time to go over, and I would like to do that now. So the interpersonal theory of suicide, and that's the title of the book, a group of researchers led by Thomas Joyner has devised an interpersonal approach which holds that the only people capable of death by suicide are those who have experienced enough past pain to have habituated to the fear and pain of self-injury sufficiently so that the instinct of self-preservation can be overcome. And here he's echoing Freud in the quote that I gave you earlier, when Freud said an enormous amount of motivation has to be whipped up to overcome an instinct that's been around for millions of years. So that anyone that's able to do that must have become conditioned to pain. And in there, curiously enough, he includes physicians and nurses who have seen a lot of pain. So then any strong fear and pain experiences can produce the acquired capability to enact self-death. But a second requirement is the desire to end their lives. So the question becomes then, who are these people with suicidal desires? And his theory answers, those that have experienced two interpersonally states of mind, perceived burdensomeness and failed belongingness. The many ways these predisposing factors may operate in a person's life are detailed by Joyner and his colleagues. So I'm going to unpack this just a little bit. He's saying that strong pain and experiences are produced by perceived burdensomeness on family and friends and failed belongingness. So, quoting him, the three factors previously noted, acquired capability through pain, perceived burdensomeness and failed belongingness are proposed as answers to the question of who can die by suicide and who would want to. Those who both can and want to are at the highest risk for serious suicide attempt or lethal self-injury. So with that as his underlying assumption, then the rest of his book goes into how do we assess and deal with that. So the interesting implication of this approach is that those whose jobs entail working with fear, pain, and injury are among those who are habituated vicariously to physical pain and therefore may be more vulnerable, as in doctors and nurses. Likewise, past suicide attempts may have had a habituating effect. The interpersonal theory suggests that clinicians should be assessing risks in two domains, desire and capability. This will necessarily include the current and long-term risks. One of the reasons why I want to recommend this book, several of them. One, this is published by the American Psychological Association, and so it has the endorsement of the APA as an approach, but also because while these are his assumptions that he starts off his early chapters with, and he expands them considerably, of course, he then spends the rest of his book going through a series of ways that we can operationalize this. So, to assess thwarted belongingness, therapists can ask clients the following questions. Do you feel connected to other people? Do you live alone? Do you have someone you can call when you're feeling badly? According to this theory, therapists should be particularly alarmed for clients for whom caring, meaningful connections to others are completely absent. Then he says, to assess perceived, and he's got a lot of things and he unpacks each one of these. Sometimes therapists pose the following questions to perceived burdensomeness. Sometimes people think the people in my life would be better off if I was gone. Do you think that? And a number of other kinds of questions. So the book contains a number of very helpful forms and tools. Ones that ask a series of penetrating questions is the interpersonal need questionnaire. Another is the acquired capability questionnaire. As exhibits, the author offers a theory-based assessment form, commitment to treatment contract, a crisis card that reminds people how they've decided to handle suicide crises, a suicide checklist for young adults and adolescents, and other clinically useful forms and assessment. It's a very helpful book. One of the key contributors to the interpersonal theory is David Rudd, whose book I held up in class and will hold up again in a few minutes. But he contributes to this book, The Interpersonal Theory. He believes that the first therapeutic task is developing a relationship with the client. Quote, establishing a relationship in the initial evaluation with the client can be hampered by the severe nature of the psychopathology present. It's important then to keep the following in mind. So Rudd's position is when we do a suicidal assessment, either initially or somewhere in the course of therapy, we're moving towards a therapy relationship, and so there's a series of things we have to pay attention to, but the most important one is that we are starting to form a relationship that either we will follow through, or if we're in a setting where we're going to refer someone, that the next person will be able to follow through and build on that relationship. So it's important to keep the following in mind. The patients who see you are likely to have difficulty in interpersonal situations. And as we've seen today with both the organizing and the symbiotic experiences, despite the fact that people may have learned to imitate and to appear very smooth, in fact, there are relational circumstances, and when people are in some kind of a suicidal crisis, those interpersonal circumstances are particularly acute, although the person may look quite good. More difficulty they have in interpersonal situations. More specifically, it's likely that they have interpersonal skill deficits that may or may not show up, but we have to assume that they're there. Then he says, remember the patients you're seeing are likely at their worst because they're actively suicidal. Expect your patients to have trouble with communication. Expect your patient to need reassurance and comfort. It's important for the clinician to recognize that patients in acute suicidal crisis feel powerless and out of control already. And this harks back to some of the things we talked about in the class about how when people are in a crisis, their capacity for abstraction, for smooth thinking, for logical thinking is impaired, and so people may say very strange things, and they may feel very much out of control. Then he says to the therapist, anticipate the possibility of being provoked by suicidal patients. For those with chronic suicidal problems, provocative and uncontrolled behavior is oftentimes routine. And so he's saying we need to be prepared for provocations and to handle them smoothly. Then we need to acknowledge that the patient's upset in the context of the current crisis and then redirect the patient to the task at hand. So we need to conceptualize the therapeutic relationship and alliance as part of the assessment. And he says we need to use clear and unambiguous language, not leaving any room for misinterpretation, because he feels like in a suicidal crisis, people are simply not thinking and responding clearly. He thinks it's important to maintain good eye contact when asking difficult questions, because people understand the subtleties of interpersonal exchanges, such as discomfort. And if we're looking away or feeling nervous about it, then they're going to sense the discomfort, and that's going to limit the honesty that they provide for us. Then he wants to make the therapeutic relationship a routine and consistent item on the treatment agenda. And so this book by Joyner and his colleagues, called The Interpersonal Theory of Suicide, is overall, I found, very readable, straightforward, and sensible, with many helpful forms, useful addition to a clinician's library. And it's in the references in your handout. I want to switch now to a cognitive approach. There's a number of different cognitive thoughts about it. As you know, Aaron Beck has done a lot in terms of suicide assessment. But Rudd and Brown offer a cognitive theory, really, of suicide. Individual vulnerability during an acute suicidal state is pervasive, they say. Targeting symptom recovery through crisis management and skill building not only improves the patient's ability to more fully participate in care, but also results in simultaneous improvement in self-esteem, efficiency, efficacy, and overall quality of the interpersonal exchange, because the patient sees the therapist as both credible and effective. Patients need a simple and understandable model for how to think about the therapeutic relationship in treatment. So the people who are thinking cognitively feel like there is cognitive impairment in a suicidal crisis, and so what has to be is very simple and straightforward, no-nonsense approach. So Rudd and Joyner, again in your references, offer TBS, they call it the Therapeutic Belief System, as a cognitive alternative to traditional transference-countertransference models. So here's a description of Rudd and Joyner's TBS. The core elements of the therapeutic belief system include beliefs about three critical elements of treatment: the patient's role in treatment, that is the self, the clinician's role, and the patient and the treatment process itself, the self, the other, and the relationship. What is important for practicing clinicians to keep in mind is the importance of translating tacit beliefs into active ones, helping the patient realize how beliefs across these three domains can either facilitate recovery or undermine. And here's some examples. If the patient believes that he or she should have a passive role in care, it's likely this belief will emerge in limited use of the crisis response plan and related self-management efforts. It's also likely that such a belief would be related to a range of fantasy-based beliefs about the role of the therapist, such as, you can read my mind, you're supposed to know what's going on with me, if you really cared, you would know. And so what the cognitive people are saying is that there's a set of beliefs that are existing about themselves and about the therapist, and these need to be examined. The net outcome would be difficulty not only in the treatment progress, but also in the relationship itself. Clearly, there will be a relationship across 3 domains. The relationship is most evident in beliefs about the treatment, such as treatment is hopeless, treatment's going nowhere, and so on and so forth. So, the authors say, the TBS offers a simple and straightforward approach to monitoring the therapeutic relationship in cognitive therapy. I recommend that it become a routine part of a treatment agenda, say the authors. At the beginning of care, it's important to dedicate time to discussing the patient's beliefs about his or her role in treatment, about the therapist's role, as well as the treatment process. And there are a lot of questions that are offered in order to do that. Effective treatment for suicidality is all about development, facilitation, and maintenance of hope. In addition, the facilitation of hope starts with an approach that helps set the foundation for a strong therapeutic relationship. And so it becomes important at the beginning, as the authors go on to talk about the various ways that the therapist can go about bolstering the self-esteem of the client and the client's participation in the self-cure process, and as well as providing various ways to give the patient confidence in the therapist and in the therapeutic relationship. And details of this program can be found in Mindfulness and the Transformation of Despair, working with people at risk in suicide, and that's also in your references. Okay, let me switch to another one. This one is avowedly short-term, 8 to 14 sessions, and it's called the Collaborative Assessment and Management of Suicidality Approach. The acronym is CAMS, C-A-M-S, Collaborative Assessment and Management of Suicidality. The CAMS approach is to form a strong treatment alliance by means of a collaborative assessment of the patient's subjectivity with regards to suicidal experience and suicidal risk, and then to set up a co-constructed treatment plan designed to lower the risks and avoid an inpatient setting. So in terms of procedures, the CAMS approach it involves a multi-purpose clinical tool called the Suicide Status Form, the SSF. It's a 7-page clinical tool that's in that book that's reproducible for clinical practice, and it has a number of questions and areas in 4 different areas. The initial risk assessment and how to document that risk, the initial development and documentation of suicide-specific treatment plan, the tracking and documentation of ongoing suicidal risk assessment and updates, and the ultimate accounting and documentation of clinical outcomes. So the 7-page document goes through all of that. So then there's an article that's also in your references by Jobs, Comtois, Brenner, and Gutierrez. And it was in press at the time, wrote my book, but they clarified and elucidated CAMS. So here's a summary. CAMS is a clinical approach with suicidal patient that embraces an overall therapeutic philosophy and employs the use of a particular procedures that continuously emphasize patient-clinician collaboration and an ongoing clinical focus on suicidality. The two collaborating and that we're going to focus on suicidality. In other words, CAMS is a therapeutic framework that mental health clinicians can use until their patients' suicidal thoughts and behaviors resolved. And as nearly as I can tell, that's the main goal of this approach. That is, you know, there are many people working in settings where there are a limited number of sessions are provided. And while we'll talk later from a liability standpoint, I'm not sure that responsible therapists should be willing to work with people for 8 to 14 sessions, but that's not always an option. So the goal here is to get people, by focusing on this tool each session, to get people to stop thinking about suicide. And they have a lot of empirical data that show that suicidal thinking goes down in a very short period of time. So it is a short-term treatment technique. So adherence to CAMS requires a thorough suicidal risk assessment, problem-focused interventions that are specifically designed to decrease the risk. Both assessment and intervention require a collaborative approach demonstrated but not limited to empathy with the suicidal wish, clarification of the CAMS agenda, particularly to limit thinking, and assessments and interventions. So all of these things are there to reduce suicidality. Now, my own comment about this would be that we're well aware that there is a window of vulnerability that follows an active suicide attempt, and it goes from a few days to a few weeks, in which the person is either shocked at what they went through, they're recovering physically from their wounds or whatever, and they're dealing with their shame, with their appalling, whatever happened with people around them. And so there's this period where they're very vulnerable, and so they're more than likely to accept a lot of direct input. And so this may make short-term cognitive approaches successful in limiting the immediate suicide crisis. However, when we have a chronic suicidality, which is comes from the symbiosis, we can expect that it will occur again. And as Red will tell us later, it's important, even if you're working in a short-term setting, to be very clear that this is a chronically suicidal person with future episodes likely, so that nobody for 1 minute thinks that the suicide crisis ends the chronic suicidality. It does not. I want to make just a few comments about psychiatric approaches. That is, there's much controversy about whether suicide is always pathological or if there's maybe some situations in which it's normal. So many hold that there are many rational reasons why a person might contemplate or attempt suicide, that being suicidal during trying times of life is normal. So that, and Joyner points out that throughout the literature, psychiatric diagnoses are often associated with suicide, so clinicians need to be alert to what they call the big five diagnoses: major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, anorexia nervosa, schizophrenia, and borderline personality disorder. And I would add to that really all of the character disorders, because in a certain sense they're all borderline, that just with different kinds of features. All substance dependence and other character disorders may also increase the suicide risk. So many writers in the field continued to assume that maybe suicide attempts were just part of normality. However, there was a major paper published in St. Louis to study the distribution of diagnoses associated with suicidality. And Robbins and his colleagues, the references in your handout, investigated all of the suicides that took place in St. Louis over the course of a year and, quote, discovered something remarkable, that in 98% of the suicides, they were clinically ill, and that 94% had a major psychiatric illness. None were merely neurotic. They established that 68% of the total group suffered from either manic depressive disease or chronic alcoholism. What they found was substantially validated by two later major studies, and so at this point in time, the idea that suicide attempts may come out of perfectly normal personalities simply does not receive empirical validation. There is some deep pocket of psychosis operating at the time. This next section is on managing your liability, practicing defensively. In 1990, due to the escalating instances of licensing board complaints and malpractice suits, I began teaching a continuing education class for psychotherapists on practicing defensively. That is, by then I had been a consultant to a great many therapists over a number of years. I had also begun doing expert witness works on behalf of therapists that were the victims of false accusations, both in licensing boards and in malpractice suits. And on the basis of that, I realized there were a number of things that therapists needed to be thinking about, needed to be doing in order to practice defensively. And so I began teaching a class, and at some point in time, I went to about a dozen different states and also in Canada. And at some point then, I began in 2000, I published a comprehensive text for therapists, and it's called Facing the Challenge of Liability, Practicing Defensively. That was in 2000. And then in 2007, I republished the book with a number of other chapters written by other attorneys and therapists with specialty areas to expand that. And that's the state of the book at the present time. It covers all areas of liability and how we need to operate on a day-to-day basis to prevent ourselves from being sued or prevent complaints from being raised. When I taught that class, the metaphor I regularly open the class with is saying to people in the class that you've come from this freeway and that freeway, and some of you by airplanes, and you're all here. And yet, as you sit down in this room, you look calm and collected, but you've all been in very dangerous places where people get maimed and killed every day. And you walk in here and you feel calm and collected. And how do we do it? It's because we learn to be defensive in the way we move around the world. We need to have all of our car insurances, our radiator hoses, our tires, all in good shape so that nothing dangerous happens to us. And so the moral of this next story is, what are the things we need to do to maintain good liability parameters, particularly in the area of suicidality? In my book, Bryant Welch, an attorney psychologist who first established the APA directorate, wrote, quote, "Malpractice lawsuits and licensing board complaints are a serious threat to the welfare of psychotherapists. It's a fantasy to think that only the culpable are brought before licensing boards or become the target of malpractice litigation. Being a good person and a competent therapist does not guarantee that one will not be forced to defend the profession, often with the very right to continue practicing at stake. Anyone who works with borderline patients, families, children, or very sick patients is at risk. It's that simple. And it's only at one's peril that one denies this fact. In reading Dr. Hedges' latest work, we can take a meaningful step out of the confusion that surrounds many psychotherapists today about the source and nature of their vulnerability before licensing boards and malpractice tribunals." So in the book, Facing the Challenge of Liability, which, by the way, I recommend the book to you because it covers so many areas that therapists are often not cognizant of. And the book has been gone over by a number of different attorneys and looked at from a number of angles, so I feel it's comprehensive, fundamentally up to date. In that book, I dealt with the basics of false accusations against therapists, and I also did some on suicide prevention. But with the current book, I've really hopefully brought up to date our expanded awareness of the many complexities of suicidality. And also in this book and class that we're talking about today, I go to the source of that, which I didn't have in mind in those days. I don't think I had put it all together by then. In fact, what you're hearing today, I really only put together in a comprehensible form while I was doing my research this last year on this book. I realized that, wait a minute, the suicidologists don't have the information about early childhood that they've been looking for forever, but they know that early childhood sows the seeds. But we who have been studying child development, neurological development, the way that we are relational species, that our brains actually form in the first 12 months of life according to relationships that are and are not available. And so we now know all of this, and we now then know where the seeds of suicide are sown. And so I believe that the formulation you heard today, they're highly original, I didn't run to anyone else in all the work that was doing them. The psychoanalysts haven't yet gotten there with a clear formulation. I plan to be at the next National Suicide Prevention Conference in Denver in April, and I'm just now writing my paper, and I hope to present these ideas to the suicidologists who are still studying all sorts of other things, but nothing in this particular line. But at that time, suicide had not yet been described as a national epidemic. Now we've expanded our awareness with this book, with this class, to many complex dimensions of suicidality, and I'm going to now return to my theme of practicing defensively. So what I want to do now is to go back to my Facing the Challenge book and read you a few paragraphs about my general philosophy of practicing defensively. And these are my comments on suicide. Considering and predicting suicide risk is one of the most widely researched areas in psychology. While many interesting and objective scales and tests have been devised, unfortunately, massive research continues to demonstrate to date that there are no valid and reliable ways of predicting non-lethal or lethal suicide behavior. But there are many important known risk factors that every clinician needs to be familiar with and consider in his or her clinical assessment of how to handle the dangers. Suicide contracts and precautions against self-abusive activities. Suicide and self-abuse contracts alone are an insufficient standard of care. Common sense requires that you regularly do risk assessments and take emergency measures if you think the risk is high. If the risk is moderate, you must mobilize social and family support. If the risk is low, you can continue with very careful follow-up and continued risk assessment. While most attorneys want us to document all suicidal and self-abusive gestures and risk carefully in our notes, particularly with exactly what the patient said, some experts point out that a documented risk assessment immediately before a seriously damaging or successful suicide attempt could put us into potential jeopardy, but we really need to err on the side of safety. It's always best to document carefully and to seek immediate peer and specialty consultation to cover yourself. This is the main defense we have against accusations, which is when there's any questions come up, we go immediately to a peer. It could be our office partner that we catch in the hall and ask to sit down for 5 minutes. It could be a more formal expert opinion one. As I've told you earlier on, I used Norman Farborough many times over the years dealing with suicide. And I have several other psychotherapy consultants that I use today when there are questions that I feel are close to my blind spots. And plus, I have many study groups, case conference groups, and these people have been working with me for months and years, know me well, and so when I'm in some kind of a dilemma, I usually put it out, and it's the people that I'm working with who say, well, but I don't think you've thought of this yet. So consultation with our peers is really important for all of us, no matter how long we've been practicing. And then also legal consultation. Every therapist should have, I used to say sitting next to your phone, now it says in your phone, a number of an attorney that you can contact immediately, because we never know when we're going to walk in the waiting room and suddenly there's going to be something suicidal sitting there, and that's not the time to begin investigating it. But the minute we've got to get in touch with an attorney and see what we need to do. Many therapists, well, there's several ways that therapists have of contacting attorneys. As you know, all of our state psychological and counseling associations have attorneys on staff that are there for online appointments or telephone appointments. All of our malpractice carriers also have attorneys online and on telephone on a regular basis. So it's easy to get an attorney in those ways. One caution, however, with malpractice attorneys who are actually working directly on the website of our insurance companies. In some malpractice cases, the interests of the insurance company are different than the interests of the therapist. And in those cases, the attorney is working for the insurance company, not for you. So while you can generally count on good guidance and good advice, if you ever feel there's going to be an issue between you and the insurance company, you need an outside consultation. Now, it's different when your insurance company says, all right, we need to refer you to an attorney. And so they have attorneys on a list in your area that specialize in malpractice against therapists, and they will refer you to the attorney. And while they pay that attorney, the attorney is working for you and has a fiduciary obligation to work for you, not the insurance company. So that is a different situation. The very best way to have a contact with an attorney is to know one. And I find that therapists are generally a little bit afraid of attorneys, and yet I think it's very important to make personal contact. And the way you do that is when you're talking with friends and colleagues in your area, you find an attorney who knows about psychotherapy and knows about our practice, and there are many of them everywhere. And you call that attorney and say, I'm so-and-so, I practice in such and such a place, and from time to time I end up having legal questions and needs. I'd like to come in and meet you. And the attorney will say, sure, you set up an appointment and you go right in. Now, I find therapists are frightened to do that because one, they're worried that if you go in for a little chat, they're going to be charged $500 or something, and that's ridiculous. You're going in to introduce yourself. Now, think for a minute. We are their referral network. They want to talk to us. They want to know that we're in the community, and they want to make a good impression on us because either if we or one of our colleagues has a legal problem that is worth a bunch of money, then because we like them and because we had a little chat, had a cup of coffee or something, or lunch, whatever, that we know them, then we're likely to refer to them. So don't hesitate to scour your community and find some attorneys and go and meet them and see what you think of them. And then the other thing about knowing an attorney personally is whether it's someone from your professional association, wherever, when you have just little legal questions, and there's dozens of them that come up for me every week, I jot them down on a little pad next to my phone, and the next time I'm talking to an attorney, say, oh, I got 2 or 3 more quickies for you, will you? And attorneys are always glad to answer quick questions. Now, if it's going to be a complex one, going into a case, or things they have to research, that's when they'll let you know the clock starts, and they'll tell you what their fees are and everything. But if you're talking with someone saying, for example, I don't know the statutes about when is child abuse under 18 by a minor, that is it when the child is 16 that he can't molest a 14-year-old? What if the child is 14-year-old and 364 days? None of us have detailed information on this. The attorneys that work in this area know these things or can put their finger on it. One of the things about the attorneys that work in our field is, my experience is they're good guys and gals. They don't fit our stereotype of shark attorneys and sleazy attorneys. They've chosen to work with us. There's not a lot of money in it, even with our insurance money. And they do it because it's interesting work. They like working with therapists. They like to puzzle out the issues of psychotherapy. So I've had very good results with attorneys in this area. So don't hesitate to reach out, find your local attorney, and make use of them. What I was going to say is that none of us can possibly have the answers to all of the legal and ethical questions on the tip of our tongue. But these attorneys, I can tell you from personal experience, when they go into the office first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock, they open their computer to LawFind or one of the other law things, and they want to know what cases that they've been following had progress or were settled yesterday. Because, as you know, the case settled in Fairbanks yesterday with implications for psychotherapists affects all of us throughout the United States. There's no way that any of us could keep track of that, so we need an attorney. The other thing that we need to be aware of is our our vulnerabilities for being experts in various areas and our need for continuing education. For most of us now, continuing education is mandated, but it's a little more complex than that. Suppose someone comes to your office and there's clearly an eating disorder, and you've not really ever had much work with eating disorders. The rule is you need to refer them to someone who has, or you need to take them on and go yourself for training. And so we can take on people when we don't possess the immediate expertise, but then we're obligated to go immediately for consultation and training. And we need to document what that training is. Because the question is, well, how long ago did you do your continuing education in addictions? Well, I had a course in graduate school or something. Not good enough, especially not in suicide. Now, there's a way to document for ourselves continuing education experiences now that's wonderful, and that's using the internet. There's all kinds of specialty areas in our fields, peculiar symptoms and so forth that have whole histories. And so someone comes in, and whether they start with it or later they develop hair pulling or eyebrow plucking or whatever the case may be, at that point we go to the internet, look it up, download a series of articles, put those articles either in your patient's file, because they'll be dated, the date you downloaded them, or keep a continuing education file of all of the articles around different topics that you download, and that then documents that at that point in time you were busy doing your due diligence and finding out about the specialty that was coming up with one of your patients. A psychologist and attorney, Bryant Welch, that I quoted a little earlier, in his article that's in your reference list, he lists 8 areas of ongoing concern, and I'm going to go through them. Number 1, do an initial comprehensive suicide risk assessment of the patient and make assessment an ongoing part of treatment. Now, in most of our just routine opening things, we ask some basic questions about suicide, and if it doesn't seem to be an issue, we usually pass on, and that's probably not a good idea. We probably need to return to it because many people would rather hide it, would rather not deal with it, and we don't want it to come up later as a surprise. So he's saying once we begin to feel like there's a suicide issue somewhere in there, we need to do an ongoing assessment as a part of treatment. We need to be mindful of suicide risk factors, tapping the latest available literature on the subject. Now, we then don't allow ourselves, number 2, to deny a suicide risk. Many therapists think, well, the client said it doesn't have a plan and would never think about doing it, and because the client has children, that's a low risk, so I'm not really concerned. Don't be going that way. Always be very alert. We don't know what factors are going to precipitate it, because recall, the so-called stories or triggering events that people can tell us about, oh, I would never do that, are not what suicide is about. Suicide is about deep unconscious motives from the first year or 2 of life. And so simply hearing that there are no current risk factors available doesn't mean that something couldn't suddenly precipitate them, as in some of the examples that we had today. Then Bryant says, spend adequate time with the patient, whether you get paid for it all or not. That is, we're talking about limiting your liability. And if you've got a suicidal person in front of you, and you don't have a way to move them somewhere where they can get responsible help and they can't pay you, you need to stay with them and do a responsible job, whether you're going to get paid or not, because the fact that you've seen them and that you know their suicidality makes you potentially liable. And I believe it's Steve Frankel, attorney Steve Frankel, who tells us that there is case law that suggests if we've had someone in our practice that was potentially suicidal, and yet we've terminated them, that our liability may extend up to 3 months after the termination. So this underlines the importance for follow-up. We may refer someone to a suicide prevention center or a low-fee clinic or something like that, but we need to follow up with them and then hopefully with the clinic or wherever to be sure this person is getting adequate treatment And that's the only way we can limit our liability. We've seen the person, we've seen their suicidality, and what have we done about it? 4, if necessary, make it clear to the managed care company that a lack of treatment could be seen as negligence and result in a lawsuit against them. Put this then in a certified letter to the managed care representative if necessary. Now, I've seen some of the people I work with do this. We've talked about it in our case consultation groups, that the case monitor from the managed care is saying, well, we only do this number of sessions, or, well, we'll give you this money, but that's all. And you negotiate with the person, but you make clear that this is a chronically suicidal person. And so there's several things. One, you want to tell them the need for intensive treatment, perhaps twice a week, for the time being, as a means, a cost-effective means of keeping this person out of the hospital. And then you also want to say that if they refuse to pay, then this makes them a party to the person's suicide if it happens, and they don't need a lawsuit. Now, what our experiences has been is managed care companies back off very quickly. That is, they're aware that when there's chronic suicidality, that there's deep pathology, and they've been in enough liability cases themselves that they don't want another one. So this is coming from attorney Bryant Welch, who says, when you're talking with this person, send a certified letter documenting the need for care and the potential dangers of chronic suicidality and the danger of recurrence. And then that gets the managed care company to back off and let you do your treatment. Also, since Marsha Lenehan and Otto Kernberg, and many others, but they're the leading ones, have been able to demonstrate that treatment of borderline and seriously disturbed people requires intensive long-term treatment, then the insurance companies now know that if there's suicide there, they have to pay attention. Number 5, practice full disclosure with the family and friends, if necessary, of the suicidal patient. That is, anyone who's in the position to be able to help in various kinds of emergencies. And 6, educate the patient's family and about the signs of potential suicide. And this is family, but it also goes to significant others, people who are in a position, possibly even roommates, to be able to help someone if they go to a suicidal crisis. 7, employ good follow-up practices with patients. And 8, always follow good documentation procedures. So those are Bryant Welch's 8 guidelines for us. Switching slightly, Pope and Vasquez list what continue to be critical areas to evaluate in determining the risk of suicide. That is, I'm going to go down a list of suicide risks. And these risks, these are factors that remain pretty much the same throughout time, although I'm going to point one that I think has changed. All right, 1, a direct verbal warning is the single most useful predictor of suicide. 2, the presence of a plan increases the risk. 3, 80% of completed suicide attempts have been preceded by previous attempts. Now, I've always believed that, and so has everyone else. And the idea is, well, somebody tries and tries and tries until they finally make it. Well, I ran into statistics from several different sources that say that that's simply not it. And the one startling piece that I read, and I've lost track of where it came from, was that 80% of completed suicides are the first attempt. And 80% of those successful suicides as the first attempts are older men, middle-aged and older men with guns. That is, they're fully intentional, and they're done, if you will, out of the blue. That is, without prior attempts. And we can think through that, but those are what I believe to be the current. And I've read that pretty much in different places, but that was the one statistics, and I apologize for not getting it. Oh, and while I'm apologizing, I hope that you're all forgiving me because I have to stay so close to a written text. I think you can appreciate that in trying to give you a tightly packed day, with as many ideas as obviously are here, there's no way that I could just stand up and do it. I'm I'm very knowledgeable in the area, but things need to be said very carefully and they need to be said in certain sequence. And so I'm staying close to my text, and I hope that's not a problem for you. Number 4, people give away their plans by indirect references. That is it. A number of the suicide autopsies that have gone through, it's as though people have, with indirect references, let people know that they were in trouble, or they were thinking, or they were revising their will, or, well, it's time to get all of my debts cleared up, and they've in some way or another let people know that there was something going on behind the scenes. 5, depression is a significant predictor. 15% of clinically depressed people kill themselves. That's a large amount. 15% of clinically depressed people finally kill themselves. Hopelessness, 6, is highly associated with suicide intent. Hopelessness and helplessness. 7, 1/4 to 1/3 of successful suicides are associated with drug or alcohol intoxication. And that came up again and again throughout the literature, that whether the person was actually a drug abuser or user, certainly at the time of the suicidal crisis, they were misusing drugs and alcohol. 8, suicidal rates are higher in diagnosable clinical syndromes such as depression, alcoholism, primary mood disorders, that is, now we say bipolar disorders, and schizophrenia, and with relatives of clients who have committed suicide. This came out in my literature again and again, that when someone in the family, particularly if someone close, has committed suicide, this puts everyone in the family at a much higher risk. And I ran into one newspaper article that was reprinted someplace in the Midwest, where there were 50 suicides reported in one family within 30 or 40 years, a very short period of time. There were blood relatives that had married in, distant cousins, but 50 suicides. So if it's in the family, something's going on in the family that makes people vulnerable. 9, the suicide rate for men is 3 times greater than for women, 5 times higher for young men. 10, suicide risk increases with age and the life cycle, peaking between the mid-50s to the mid-60s. That's the highest suicide rate time. Now, then we have suicides in older people going all the way along, but they're not rampant like they are in midlife, the 50s to 60s. In the United States, Caucasians have the highest rate. Suicide rates are higher among Protestants than among Jews and Catholics. And as I said in the class earlier, in the work of Emil Durkheim in the 19th century, he studied cross-culturally, cross-religions, and his explanation was that in religious and social communities that are tightly controlled with tight moral and religious standards, suicides are much rarer than in communities and religious groups that are much looser, when there are more choices, is the way he interprets it. And when there's more life choices, then suicide begins to come forth as one of those choices. And I mentioned then that some people are saying that may have something to do with the increased suicide rate around the world as we get more and more liberated societies and cultures, and also greater among young people, as young people, particularly in our culture, have more life options, then suicide becomes a more greater possibility. 13, the risk is highest for those living alone, less if living with a spouse, and less if there are children. 14, bereavement over lost loved ones in recent years increases the risk. And this goes along with what we went back to Freud's Mourning and Melancholia, where he talked about mourning as an acute grief reaction in which one finally accepts the reality of the loss and finds a way to move on with other connections, versus melancholia, or deep major depression, in which ongoing bereavement that doesn't seem to stop keeps the mind so preoccupied that the task of grieving can't be done, and so therefore it increases the risk of loss. In my actual suicide class, I went through the internet and pulled up a bunch of pictures of suicide around the world and slogans and mottos and some cartoons that I showed sort of before the class and during the break. But one of them happens to be a cartoon, and there's a woman at the Suicide Prevention Center, phone in hand, and she says, "Yes, I know. If you kill yourself, you'll be reunited with your lost loved ones, but just remember, you'll be reunited with all of them." And class regularly laughs on that one. Okay. So extended bereavement increases the risk. 15, unemployment increases the suicide risk. 16, illness and somatic complaints, just like sleep and eating disturbances, increases the risks. 17, those with high impulsivity are increased risk for taking their own lives. In the suicide autopsies, that's one of the things that not only are alcohol and drugs often associated with, but there are a number of suicides that are highly impulsive. And 18, rigid thinking increases the risk. For example, a person who said such things as, if I don't find work in the next week, the only real alternative is to kill myself. And that goes back to what Schneidman and others have talked about in terms of when a person is in a suicidal crisis, their thinking becomes constricted, rigid. They're not quite making sense as they might in other frames of mind. So when a person isn't quite making sense, we realize there's an increased risk of their suicide. All right, I'd like to talk a bit about terminating suicidal clients. A lot of this comes from my liability books. Clients who engage in chronic and intractable suicidal gestures, self-injuring activities, or other potentially self-abusive and harmful behaviors may need to be terminated and referred out of individual psychotherapy on the basis of unmanageability. Now, I think I told you earlier when we were looking at Linehan and Kernberg that both of them have a contract at the beginning that if you make a serious suicidal gesture or attempt, that terminates the treatment automatically. And then by the time you've gone through whatever treatment you need to go through, we can talk and see if you really want to be in treatment for suicide. And if you do, there'll be a second chance. But if you don't, we're not starting up again. You'll have to find something else. Now, my approach is somewhat different than that, but I think the bottom line is I'm doing the same thing. The resources that we have in individual private practice and in some clinical practice, we just have at our disposal the resources that need to meet a person that's chronically suicidal, and this has got to be explained to the client early in the therapy if they have a history of it. And we've got limits have got to be set with the consequences of if this happens and this happens, I won't be able to work with you. I'll have to refer you out, and that's a part of their informed consent. What I've seen over the years is a number of good-hearted therapists had some client that was they liked, but was obviously at one of the lower developmental levels. They went on and on and on. And they said there'd be midnight phone calls, long emails. You've all seen the kind of circumstances that are there. And then the person would they would be threatening suicide. And what is the therapist to do if in the middle of the night an email comes through, I just feel like killing myself, and the therapist is reading the email at 9 o'clock in the morning over breakfast? It's just not practical. It's too dangerous for us, liability-wise. Likewise, a number of therapists in the old days, and some therapists still have, they used to have a group of patients called lifers, meaning that these were patients that were at a low developmental level. They had formed a bond with the therapist, and they would just kind of stay on and stay on and stay on. But from time to time, they'd be in some kind of a suicidal crisis. And at some point, again, our liability was too great. Most of us live busy lives, and we're not ready to have an emergency team. We're not ready to go immediately into a suicidal alert to take somebody to the hospital, call 911, whatever it is. We're just not ready to do it on a dime. And so these people need to be somewhere where they can get that kind of attention. I learned some time ago that the places that have lower liability parameters than we do are, one, medical people, psychiatrists particularly. And this is there because medicine has been for hundreds of years. It's known doctors lose patients all the time. And if doctors are basically behaving decently, then if there's a death, the people are not quick to sue the doctor for it. And so that seems to extend into suicide as well. The doctor is busy, medicating and doing this and doing that, hospitalizing the person. So the doctor has facilities that we don't have, mostly medication, hospitalization, and in severe cases, electroshock treatment. The other low liability places are government clinics, either state or county clinics, because it's difficult to sue the government. One has to mount a huge case, and in government clinics, there's usually the therapists are in case conferences, they're in supervision, they have psychiatric backup. So government clinics can generally muster a huge defense, and so most attorneys are not going to go against government clinics. This includes university settings. There are exceptions, but and the other one are, interestingly enough, nonprofit settings. That's a different reason. Nonprofit settings in virtually all states that I know of are set up by the legislature, by the people, for the people, to serve the people. And so the legislature, as well as the courts, respect this decision to try to provide low-fee community service to people who can't otherwise afford it, and therefore to limit the liability that can be directed. I've seen several lawsuits against community clinics that were, from my personal standpoint, horrendous malpractice suits, but in the final analysis, the clinic managed to get out of it, and so did the therapist. So if you have to refer somebody out, refer them to a medical person, a government clinic, or a low-fee nonprofit clinic, because their liability parameters are simply lower. Now, this one's always hard to kind of say. In my experience with my own clients, but particularly with people that I've supervised, consulted with over the years, if the therapist is clear, I don't want you attempting suicide while you're with me. If the therapist is clear with that, then that gets discussed in the beginning. The possibility of termination and referral gets discussed. But the most important reason that I think is implicit in Linehan and Kernberg's, but I didn't find it in the literature, but maybe the clinicians do, is to be able to look the client straight in the eye and say, when you come in and tell me that you're seriously contemplating suicide, I immediately go into my thinking cap about liability and law and ethics. Do I have to call 911? Do I have to hospitalize you? Do I have to send you for medication? Do I dare let you drive home on your own? And so when I get into all of those life-saving things, I'm not here with you. You've lost me. I've lost you. I want to be with you because I believe that our suicidal concerns can be worked through. I think we can find what they're about. And in time, it may be a long time, but in time, we can get some resolution on that that will give you relief and peace. But when you seriously or say or do something that frightens me, then you're alienating me and you've lost me. Now, to come in and say, oh, I was thinking suicide again last night. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to do it. But when such and such and such a thing happened, I naturally thought I probably should throw in the towel. Okay, you're telling me that you, like virtually everybody else on the planet, from time to time thinks of suicide. Fine, well be. But don't do or say anything that puts me into alarm system, because then I can't help you sort through it. So it's based on the thing that of mothers of toddlers have when the toddlers get in the terrible twos stage and fight with mother about everything. And at some point, so mother negotiates, good mothers negotiate, let the child have his or her way for a while. And then at some point, when something is clearly too far, mother comes in with, no, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it my way now. And when mother says that, you have a quietly conforming child almost all the time. It's mother's belief that I am with you, I love you, this is important, this one we have to do my way now. And the child hears the mother knows best. If the child is also aware that there's plenty of times that I can fight with her and get her to yield. And so it's kind of like that. But I find that the therapist has to believe in the therapeutic process, and the therapist has to believe that the client, in fact, in one way or another, can muster the wits, the ego, the strength to stay with this, to work through it, and to form a strong therapeutic alliance. And within that therapeutic alliance, the person is going to be able to not make serious suicide attempts because they disrupt our process. And if that message gets across loud and clear, it's do not disrupt our process. We're seriously involved in this, and I'm as involved in this as you are. And if you alienate me, scare me, I have to take some kind of action, and I don't want to do that, and I don't think you want me to do that either. But I find the resistance is usually on the part of the therapist. The therapist feels like he or she has got to go on and on and on and put up with one suicide midnight call after the other, watch our patients go off to the hospital, get patched up, come back. It's just no way to do therapy in my book. So the bottom line is that no therapist is in a personal or professional position to receive endlessly or to respond effectively to chronic, life-threatening, or safety-endangering communications, period, the end. So if it's not possible to contain the therapy work in manageable limits, the client must be referred out, and I've told you where they need to go. Almost all clients confronted with this seemingly harsh way about how important the therapy work is, how crucial safe and manageable non-threatening communications are for the sanity and well-being of the therapist, and how the client must find alternative forms of experiencing and communicating to his or her therapist. The patients, in my experience, in fact, do find different, creative, and contained ways of continuing their therapy work with the therapist's safety. Recall, these suicidal maneuvers are instrumental gestures from the borderline level of development. And as such, they're designed to manipulate the therapist in various ways. Well, there are plenty of ways of manipulating any therapist other than threatening or attempting suicide. And so there may be cases in which with mental retardation or a severe psychotic state or some severe state where the therapist just does not have confidence that the patient can do this, but that's the time that the patient has got to be hospitalized, and then let the hospital find an appropriate outpatient setting for them. But don't take them back into your practice because they're not able to conform to the standards that you need to be a safe and sane therapist. All right, the book, as I told you in the class, hands down, which gives the most concise and carefully considered approach to the current situation of risk assessment, is Rudd's book, The Assessment and Management of Suicidality. It's available for $21 at Amazon, and I'm feeling it's an absolute necessity for every therapist, because if you should have some kind of suicide crisis, you don't need to be running around looking around for advice. You need to already have it in your hands, and by going through a number of the dimensions that he lays out now, you're prepared, you have some sense about what needs to be done when. A close runner-up is in your references, and it's called Assessing and Managing Risk in Psychological Practice, and it's published by the American Psychological Association Insurance Trust. And it's got a number of general guidelines for all kinds of liability, and then some special ones for suicide. So both these books are readily available on Amazon, and I recommend that every clinician have them. Since, as previously discussed, we have no fully reliable methods of predicting or preventing suicidal acts, the standard of practice then, with regard to suicidality, tends to have to be very fluid and is decided on a case-to-case basis. That is, a complaint is brought against the therapist, and by the time the complaint is looked at, either with the licensing board or in a court, we've got two people in opposition, a patient and a therapist, and then we got two attorneys, and then by the time everything gets looked at, the expert witnesses are called in, and an expert witness on Psy.D says, well, this should be the standard of care, and my therapist was indeed doing it, and the expert witness on the other side says, well, this should be the standard of care, and your therapist didn't do it. And so what you find is that the standards of care, since there's no widely accepted standard of care, they're fought out on a case-by-case basis. But the important thing for us to learn in terms of limiting our liability are what are the things that are concerned in a battle of expert witnesses. And so what Rudd does, he talks about this whole process and writes a series of really trenchant questions that need to come up. Here's Rudd speaking. When a life is tragically lost to suicide, it's imperative that the clinician be able to provide documentation offering a clear, specific, and succinct rationale for clinical decisions. Trust me, he says, a host of questions will be directed at the practitioner. And here's the questions that always come up. 1, why was the patient who was thinking about suicide or had made a suicide attempt not hospitalized? Now, here he's not implying that anybody that makes an attempt should be, but he's saying if there was a person who was suicidal, give good reasons why that person was not hospitalized. 2, why was a given course of treatment followed when there were indications that the patient was not responding or not getting better? And our ethical requirements always say that when the patient isn't responding, we need to refer the patient out to someone who can work with them effectively. 3, did you consider the alternative treatment options? What were they? 4, was medication considered? 5, what did you do to safeguard the patient's environment? And that has to do with friends, family, and so forth. I had a patient earlier this year who was working through a piece at the organizing level. And I began to become a little bit concerned about him, and I also knew that he could be impulsive at times, although he was otherwise very bright, well-developed man. And but because he was from a state where there's a lot of hunting, he had a collection of guns. And so at the point at which I began to be concerned, I insisted that we do something with those guns. And I was going to have him go into a local gun shop where they store them in lockers, but he went and spent a fortune on a gun locker for his collection of guns. And then he got his girlfriend to set the combination and gave her the key. And the combination and the key were given to me for safekeeping in my office. And so that's just one way of saying, while you're going through this, it's a scary time, and let's make certain that there's not any possibilities that you could get impulsive and do something rash. He was fine with that. He appreciated the concern. What steps were taken in response to the identified risk level? That is, if you've figured out what the risk level is, what have you done in response to that? Did you make an effort to talk with and enlist the help of the family and friends? 8. Did the patient have a crisis response plan in place to deal with unexpected crises? And this comes up repeatedly with different people that are talking about suicide liability, that we know when a person is in a suicidal crisis, their thoughts are constricted and they don't know quite what to do. And if alcohol and drugs or impulsivity are operating. So the idea is to work out with the person ahead of time a suicide crisis plan, so that when you get suicidal, these are the things that you do. A, B, C, D, E, call so-and-so, and you write that number on the card. And so you get a card ready that the person can carry in her purse, or that he can carry in his glove compartment of his car, or whatever. And so that when they're in a suicidal crisis, these are the things to do, including all the way, checking into the hospital. So, and in Rudd's book, he has samples of all these things there, and his samples are the ones that actually he himself uses. It's important to understand that the standard of care, says Rudd, is a fluid construct, one defined independently for each claim and case of malpractice or negligence. Ultimately, it's defined by the expert witnesses. Nevertheless, there are still some common elements to whatever would be called the standard of practice. And he lists 3 of them. Foreseeability, to what extent is a suicidal act foreseeable? Treatment planning, to what extent is treatment planning in place to respond to that? And follow-up or follow-through. That is, if the person has had some suicidal crisis where they actually made an attempt or not, how is this systematically followed up on? So the book was primarily written with these issues in mind, particularly because hindsight bias says you should have done this, you should have done something else. But in many forensic cases, the issue of foreseeability is confused with the issue of predictability. We can't predict, but we can foresee possibilities. And more specifically, many of us believe that we can also somehow predict individual suicides, but that is simply not so. So regardless, the expectation persists that all practitioners should be able to predict suicides. So judges, jurors, family members will all sort of feel, despite the evidence, that therapists should have known. Although we cannot reliably predict individual suicides, we can determine periods of heightened risk, or Robert Littman calls them a suicide zone, when given a set of things, of precipitants, the person is in a higher risk area. For example, suppose the person is particularly susceptible to pain, and with the idea that there's going to be a long chronic pain, a person may be more susceptible to wanting to end it all. When the person is in a grieving situation, and yet we know this person is chronically depressed, we've got a suicide zone. Here's a chronically depressed person, and therefore liable to suicide anyway. They're now in a real grieving situation, and so to what extent is there a suicide zone of increased risk, and have we documented those in our notes? When we recognized escalating risk, we need to respond accordingly, and then continue to monitor the situation and respond in accordance with subsequent clinical markers until the risk resolves. My man with the guns, his girlfriend at one point wants to have shooting lessons, so she came and we got the combination and the key, promising only to take the 2 rifles out that they were going to take to the rifle range, and she brought them back. And so I still have the keys, I still have the guns. It seems like we're in a low-risk period now, but until he needs them back, I'm not going to consider it, and we'll just go slowly. So If the acute suicidal state continues, then again we need to respond as clinically indicated. A clinical application of the three elements of the standard of practice in suicidality: what can we foresee as possibilities? What can we set up as treatment plans in case of these possibilities? And how do we then follow up when there's been a bit of a crisis? These three elements apply regardless of whether we see the person one time or they're a long-term patient. So whenever we've had professional contact with a person who is in a suicidal state, all of these liability risk assessments apply. So David Rudd begins his small, cogent volume with various definitions of suicidality and what kinds of activities warrant what kinds of responses from clinicians. So he continues, when thinking about differentiating among suicide attempts, instrumental behavior, and suicide threats, the critical variable to consider is intent. You can think about intent in two overlapping but not identical ways. First, there's the subjective or expressed intent. This is what the patient says to you. Did the patient say he or she wanted or wants to kill himself or herself? He says, be sure to document exactly what the patient said. That is, like, I'm going to shoot myself, or I wish I had died from taking the pills. So whatever explicit comments there are about the present or the past need to be documented in exact words if possible. Second, there's an objective or observed intent. This is essentially what the patient does, that is concrete behavior. So you've got to describe the behavior in simple and direct terms. Did the patient prepare for suicide? Writing letters to children, to parents, a spouse, get financial documents in order, advise a will. Did he or she take action to prevent discovery or rescue? Was the attempt an isolated, secluded, or protected area? Was the attempt timed in such a way as to prevent discovery, such as when the patient knew no one would be home for hours or days? Was the rescue and intervention only a random chance? Markers of objective intent include behaviors that demonstrate a desire to die, a preparation for death, and efforts to prevent discovery. So Rudd encourages them to think back about the essential elements of the standard of care. The foreseeability is a particularly challenging one, and particularly with people with suicidal careers. In short, the clinician should be aware that when a patient has a history of multiple suicide attempts, the clinician will need to talk about chronic risk in his or her documentations. Even though acute symptoms and the intent have subsided, the patient's heightened susceptibility to future risks has not. This needs to be acknowledged in the chart. If it is not specifically acknowledged in the chart, then the implicit and wrong assumption someone might make is that the patient is not at risk once the acute crisis is over. So without it being clearly in the chart, this is chronic, likely to go on until this person receives long-term intense treatment, and the person is in danger, and here are the risks for this particular individual. All of that needs to be carefully documented. And here again, I think this is where consultation with colleagues, friends, and with an attorney are particularly important. I frequently have people come to my office, therapists, and they say, okay, I think I'm going okay on this one, but I want to run it by you. And so they go through all the things that they've done, they read their notes of what's there, and inevitably I end up having some things that they had not thought of, and the reverse would be true if I were consulting with them. And then I say, I think you need to go run this by one of our attorney friends, because let's not leave any stone unturned. Let's make certain that every possibility of foreseeability and treatment planning and follow-up is acknowledged. And so acknowledging a chronic risk in your notes indicates that the threshold for intensive care and intervention for this patient is different than for others. If someone for chronic risk, it means, yes, they can be hospitalized, yes, they can be treated until the crisis goes by, but they're still at risk, and who knows what could precipitate it.
In short, a thorough assessment of suicide risk demands that the clinician address both acute and chronic features of the patient's suicidality. And he goes through the ways that you assess those different things. He distinguishes between chronic and acute, and elaborates all the precipitant, the nature, the ideation. And throughout this book, he gives lists of questions for you to ask when this is the situation. It's an extremely healthy book. The final area relevant to the specifics of suicidal thinking is the protective factors. It's important for the clinician to have a clear understanding of what protective factors are in place for the patient. What are the available, accessible, that are available and accessible during periods of acute crisis. Most important among our social support and active treatment relationship. Protective factors can be captured in the following questions. I'll just give you a few. A question. Even though you've had a very difficult time, something has kept you going. What are your reasons for living? Are you hopeful about the future? What would need to happen to help you be more hopeful about the future? What keeps you going in difficult times like this? Whom do you rely on during difficult times? Has treatment been effective for you in the past? These are the kinds of things that go throughout the book on every issue. Since I believe that it's important for everyone to have this, I'm going to just mention now, just list, so that you can see the tables and the appendixes that are in this book. Table 1, additional areas of risk assessment. 1, predisposition to suicidal behavior with a number of factors listed about predisposing. Identifiable precipitant stressors, and all those are listed. Symptomatic presentation with the symptoms, with the patient listing them on a scale of 1 to 10, how severe. Presence of hopelessness, patient rates 1 to 10. Nature of suicidal thinking, that is, the kinds are described. Previous suicidal behavior. Impulsivity and self-control, and have the patient say what those are and write on a 1 to 10 scale. That is, there's lists of these things for you to consider. And when I went through, there were all kinds of things I'd never thought of. And then protective factors. What are those? And then acute suicide risk continuum. What's the commitment to treatment? What's the, and he has a commitment to treatment statement. You could call it a contract, but it's a commitment to treatment. And he has lots of different features in it, and he prints out for you the one that he uses. Then the crisis response plan, I told you that. What do you do if you're having a suicidal crisis? What are the 6 steps you need to do to protect yourself, because you won't be thinking clearly? Then the importance of documentation, and he goes through open and closed risk markers, the kinds of markers that should be carefully documented. And then consultation, when to ask for help, and he has a series of important considerations about the kinds of things that we should get consultation on and document that consultation. Appendix A, there's a standard suicide risk assessment form. B, a sample commitment to treatment form. C, a sample crisis response plan. And so, as you can see, his book is a must-have for all of us. Okay. That's all I'm going to say about liability and risk management. But I still have some other things that I would like to go over that are, I think, very important or useful. Here I'm going to call them final interesting thoughts before I go on to some other things. James Hillman's, the Jungian analyst that I quoted extensively before, in his remarkable book, Suicide and the Soul, points out that there are 4 root metaphors that have governed the traditional studies of suicide in Western civilization, and that the late arriving field of suicide, or psychology, stands as a challenge to these 4 pillars. So he's saying there's 4 main ways that suicide has been thought about in Western civilization. The Johnny-come-lately is the psychological one. So the first one is sociological. The root metaphor which governs the sociologist's attitudes and to which he gives loyalty is society. Society is a living reality for him. It provides a way of understanding himself. It offers a model of thought from which he can deduce hypotheses to be tested. New facts will be first related to the model, and the better they can be taken up by it, the more effective the sociologist. So we have sociologists from all over the world knowing that suicide occurs in different places, and they're committed to studying it, but the metaphor is it's a function of group life. It's a function of the society, as we saw with Durkheim's ideas. The second root metaphor is legal. So, says Hillman, turning to the legal point of view towards suicide, we find it declared criminal by three of the great traditions upon Western justice stands: Roman law, church law, and English law. In 1809, Blackstone stated in the 15th edition of his commentaries that because suicide is against God and King, the law has therefore ranked this among the highest of crimes. Until 1870, the deterrent against suicide in English law was mainly against the physical property of the deceased rather than against the physical body. Before, physical bodies were mutilated, fed to the wolves, whatever. The property of those who committed suicide, while of sound mind, was declared forfeiture to the crown. So until 1961, English law still held that the estate of the deceased could be penalized. Life insurance was not paid out to the benefactors. So that's late in English law. The theological root metaphor. The Word of God and religion is authoritative. When you and I consider taking our lives, listening in our own ways to God, we no longer follow authority. We set ourselves up as theologians. We're studying God independently. This can well lead to religious delusions and to theological anarchy, with each man having his own God, his own sect, his own theology. Theology would have us believe that God can speak only through events of fortune, because death may come only from without. Again, as with sociology and law, death must come exogenously, visit upon us through the world, through enemy, accident, or disease. The fourth root metaphor is medicine. The primary caution of the physician is primum nihil nocere, above all, to harm nothing. His tasks are to prevent illness, to treat, to heal, to cure where possible, to comfort always, to repair and to encourage, to allay pain, to discover and fight disease, all in order to promote physical well-being, that is, life. Anything against these aims must be opposed because it endangers its root metaphor, that of promoting life. The medical model itself supports the standard rule. Any indication of suicide, any threat of death, calls for immediate action of locks and drugs and constant surveillance. Treatment usually reserved for criminals. So after those four root metaphors, Hillman then takes up what he believes is the psychological metaphor, the stance. The models from which these four fields, most to do with suicide, regard the problem of no help to the analyst. All of them prejudice suicide, partly because suicide threatens the root metaphors upon which they stand. Therefore, all share certain traits in common. Their main concern is with suicide prevention, because their models are tinged with a dread of death. This dread arises from their not having adequate place for death within their present models of thought. They conceive death as exogenous to life, not as something lodged in the soul, not as a continuous possibility and choice. By admitting this, they would be admitting suicide, thereby threatening their own foundations. Neither society, nor law, nor church, nor life would be then safe. If suicide prevention is a prejudgment, and the analyst opposes it, it's on the grounds that it does not lead to understanding suicide as a psychological fact. And this in no way implies that one is therefore for suicide. Again, the issue is not for or against suicide, but what it means to the psyche. So, in his view, the analytical view will have to arise independently of these four fields because suicide shows this independence of the psyche from society, law, theology, and even the life in the body. Suicide is such a threat to them not only because it pays no heed to the cautions of their traditions and opposes their root metaphors, but largely because it asserts radically the independent reality of the soul. So I just felt that that was a very interesting way. Hillman has a way of abstracting across many things, and here I think he was able to take us to the main ways that suicide has been considered and say, as psychologists, we can't buy into any of them. We're there to help the person. We're there to move into the suicidality, to move in with the person in terms of what it is, where does it hurt, how may I help you, how can we think about this, we're going to be here a long time. Don't be trying to commit suicide in the meantime because we can't work together that way. We've got work to do. Let's take it seriously. Let's move into what suicide is about to you. So it's moving in to and honoring suicide as a fact of life rather than moving away from it that Hillman and the Jungians advocate. Another remarkable, or now I've got several remarkable people who have committed suicide. You all have names on your tongue, and some of the more recent ones, if I had any biographical data on them, I'd be talking about them, but I don't. So I'm going to mention some others that have either suicided or written about it that give us some thoughts. Alvarez, A. Alvarez, in the book, The Savage God, a study of suicide contrasts the philosopher's quick bouts into philosophical chaos with an artist who live in perpetual chaos and agony. So Alvarez is trying to contrast giving the way philosophers, in the broadest possible sense, those who talk about it from an armchair, suicide, and those people who are in deep artistic endeavors that live suicide all the time. So Alvarez says, the grand old men of literature have been both numerous and very grand. Eliot, Joyce, Valery, Pound, Mann, Forrester, Frost, Stevens, Ungaretti, Montal, Marianne Moore. Even so, the casualty rate among the gifted seems all out of proportion, as though the nature of the artistic undertaking itself and the demands it makes had altered radically. There are, I think, a number of reasons. So she's saying that there's the artistic people. First, there's a continuous, restless urge to experiment, the constant need to change, to innovate, to destroy the accepted styles. But for the more serious artist, experiment has not been a matter of merely tinkering with machinery. Instead, it has provided a context in which he explores the perennial question, what am I? Without benefit of moral, cultural, or even technical securities. Since part of this creative gift is also a weird knack of sensing and expressing the strains of his time in advance of other people, the movement of the modern arts has been, with continual minor diversions, toward progressively more inward response to a progressively more intolerable sense of disaster that we feel in modern life. It's as though, by taking its limits to Conrad's dictum, in the destructive elements immerse, his whole role in society has changed. Instead of being a romantic hero and liberator, the creative person has now become a victim and a scapegoat. Edwin Schneidman thought this book, The Savage God, was wonderful, and he has a few things to say about it. Let's see if I can... well, let's see. For me, the key word in her wisdom is the word escape. Alvarez concludes this beautiful book with an autobiographical epilogue. Toward the very end of it, he says, as for suicide, the sociologists and the psychologists to talk about it as a disease puzzle me, now as much as Catholic and Muslims who call it the most deadly or mortal sins. It seems to me to be a terrible but utterly natural reaction to the strained, narrow, unnatural necessities we sometimes create for ourselves. And so Schneidman feels the book is a brilliant piece of 20th century intellectual history. Virginia Woolf, as you know, suffered through a number of psychotic manias and depressions, And I'm going to read a few things from her 2 suicide notes to her husband. In the first of 2 suicide notes, she wrote, "I feel certain that I'm going mad again. I feel we can't go through another of these terrible times, and I shan't recover this time. I begin to hear voices. I can't concentrate, so I'm doing what seems the best thing to do." Several days later, she wrote again, and again she blamed her madness for her death. "Dearest, I want to tell you that you've given me complete happiness. No one could have done more for me than you have done. Please believe that. But I know I shall never get over this, and I'm wasting your life. It's this madness. Nothing anyone says can persuade me. You can work, and you will be much better without me. You see, I can't write this even, which shows I am right. All I want to say is that until this disease came on, we were perfectly happy. It was all due to you. No one could have been so good as you have been. From the very first day until now, everyone knows that. V. Will you destroy all of my papers?" Wolf then loaded in her pockets heavy stones and walked into the river. I read those because they capture what we talked about in the class earlier, the compulsion, the necessity. That is, when the curtain of darkness is ready to drop, it drops with a vengeance, and there's no getting around it. Let's see, I've got several others I want to... Graham Greene, in his memoir, A Sort of Life, wrote, "Miserableness is like a small germ I've had inside me as long as I can remember, and sometimes it starts wiggling." All the people that have written about it, that have been suicidal and attempted and recovered, and then many of them later did succeed in killing themselves, they write about this lifelong agony and misery. It's not just something that happened. When his miserableness reached intolerable levels, he tried a knife, poison, and finally a gun. Let's see. Hugo Wolf and Robert Lowell. The Austrian composer Hugo Wolf, a composer from Austria, described his manic states. So if you're wondering what it's like for bipolar stuff when they're in mania, quote, "The blood becomes changed into streams of fire. Thoughts cascade and ideas leapfrog from topic to topic. Mood is exultant, but often laced with savage and agitated irritability. One is," said Robert Lowell, "tireless, madly sanguine, menaced and menacing. Thought is expansive, frictionless, and astonishingly quick. Talk is fast and unstoppable, and the senses are acute, engaged, and sharply responsive to the world outside of them." It's one of the things that about manic states is the perceptions are extremely sharp, acute. Russian poet Vladimir Klebanov came to possess, he writes about it, claimed to possess equations for the stars, equations for voices, equations for thoughts, equations for birth and death. The artist of numbers, he was certain, could draw on the universe. Working with a number as charcoal, he unites all previous human knowledge in his art. This is the grandiosity of the bipolar. A single one of his lines provides an immediate lightning-like connection between red corpuscles and Earth. A second precipitates into helium. A third shatters upon the unbending heavens and discovers the satellites of Jupiter. Philosophy is infused with new speed, the speed of thought, while the boundaries that separate different areas of knowledge will disappear before the procession of liberated numbers cast like orders into the print throughout the whole of planet Earth. So you can see there what a manic state is like. The great American poet Edgar Allan Poe likewise describes his manic state. I went to bed and wept through a long, long, hideous night of despair. When the day broke, I rose and endeavored to quiet my mind by a rapid walk in the cold, clean air. But all would not do. The demon tormented me still. I cannot live until I subdue this fearful agitation, which if continued will either destroy my drive or drive me hopelessly mad. Now you see, in all of these grim first-person descriptions, I believe we're harking back to that organizing experience, And the question that we want to try to unravel in a therapeutic relationship is this the infant crying because there's no one there, or there's abuse there, and the frenzy, the frantic, the desperation, or as the infant is untaken care of, is this the caregiver, the parent, who can't stand the demands of the infant, and because she or he has depressed themselves or whatever, but they realize, I think that how many women in the course of history have ended up being pregnant and having a baby that they didn't want, and what a horrible burden that is for a woman. And so many of these women just simply didn't want their child, rejected the child. And so is this the mother's internal plea, this agony of mine has got to stop, or is it the infant's plea? And until we're working in psychotherapy, we don't really know, and sometimes it's alternating back and forth. Let's see. David Webb wrote a wonderful book. If you're interested in this area, it's called Thinking About Suicide, David Webb. He gives it's a wonderfully written book. He gives a first-person narrative of his long and painful struggle with alcohol and heroin addiction, precipitating several suicide attempts. He takes the position that he writes this book after he's managed to get free of all of this, or he says he's free of it. At least he's able to write. He takes the position that we're storytelling creatures, and that by telling our stories in art, writing, song, dance, and theater, we can share our deepest pains that make the suicidality a crisis of the self, which is both a perpetrator and a victim in any suicidal act. He believes that calling suicidality a mental illness wrongly pathologizes the sacred crisis of the self. A crisis in the self invites self-inquiry that leads to an understanding of one's suicidality. And thinking of suicidality as a crisis of the self corresponds more closely to the lived experience of it. Webb describes 2 suicide attempts that followed on 2 relationship breakups, but hastens to add that these breakups were not the cause, but rather the triggers that opened up the floodgates of a flow of lifelong sadness, depression. The crisis, he says, quote, cannot adequately be described in terms of the feelings that are aroused within you when you're actively contemplating suicide. These feelings have a history. They are old, even ancient. He italicizes that. All these feelings that come up when triggered, they're old feelings. They've been there for a lifetime. Being a storyteller, Webb uses countless metaphors to describe his life's experience. He feels that the metaphor of addiction to suicidality is the one that works best. There's a craving, a deep, urgent craving, and holding your breath is an analogy, as an analogy is not bad either. It's like you're gasping for air, unable to breathe, but it's not air you're gasping for, it's life. And it's not heroin or alcohol you crave, but peace, some freedom from this anguish. When the suicidality is burning inside of you, any freedom at all will do. I tried to go to sleep so that I would never wake up, died by mentally deciding to die. Eventually, the suicide option became the only option. And in time, that moment of decision comes. Hopelessness and helplessness are the 2 words most frequently associated with suicide. Hopelessness, to me, is the black hole of utter despair, or sometimes a profound feeling of utter emptiness inside. And helplessness is the belief that this empty black hole is forever, that it could never be otherwise. I have this feeling of being at the bottom of a very deep well, a black hole of meaningless emptiness, a feeling that this helplessness, this agony, will last forever, that nothing but meaningless and hopelessness is possible. Webb came to see that his life as divided between his ordinary conscious daylight and his hopeless, helpless consciousness of darkness. He felt, it's so interesting that he says that in his book, and that's what really we saw in Fatal Attraction, the light of day and the total darkness. He felt that his recovery rested on uniting both sides of his consciousness by surrendering to his deep spiritual self. He had been in recovery groups for a long time, After years of searching and meditation, telling his stories to others, he concludes, living the divided life is an apt description for the origins of my suicide crisis in myself. And there it is, what we talked about at the class this morning, the division between life and light and darkness. And living the divided life is the origin of my suicidal crisis. It's also an apt description of my participation in my own opposition, trapped as I was in the divided self of the mind. And what I discovered when I surrendered to the silent embrace of my inmost self is also described well as an end to living a divided life. Finally, my well-being today rests on the decision, indeed the obligation, to live divided no more, and this is enough. And as he writes through his book, he goes through all kinds of psychiatric treatments and medications and hospitalizations, and the addictions, the suicidality continues to return. And then he goes through maybe 5 years of recovery and then a number of therapists. And he credits each one of these as being helpful, but it didn't go to the core of it. And for him, finally reaching meditation with some spiritual gurus began to be that which allowed him to bring the dark and the light together. And so after he was at the door of suicide for many years, he finally felt that his spiritual awakening was what helped him to unite his divided self. Let's see. Kate Jamison has a good book. You can look that up about her lifelong experience. But the last one of these examples I'm going to give is one from Terry Wise. And she brings her story. It's an autobiographical novel, waking up, climbing through the darkness. With the minute the doctor pronounced the diagnosis, Lou Gehrig's disease, to her husband. And at that moment, changed her life forever. So she lived through the agony of nursing him to death without ever asking for help or without ever talking to it. But at that time, she began also on alcohol, and particularly after Pete's death. And she wanted to just take the edge off to get through the difficult time. But the prescription drugs, alcohol began to increase. The pain kept going on. And yet she didn't want to go into any treatment because she didn't want to have to give up the private world of retreat that she found in the drugs and the alcohol. And so there was a hidden voice inside, deeply emerged, with strength enough for me to find one day that I needed help. So then she describes 5 years of therapy, fighting depression, alcoholism, drug addiction, and suicidality the entire time, including one serious overdose, to which her therapist responded, "There is no more bullshitting, Terry. This is it. Either you make a commitment to this process or you don't. I can't do the work with you. If I have to worry about you getting so upset or pissed off that you have to terminate therapy. Walking out will be a scenario that's reenacted over and over again, and I'm not going to take that chance. I will do whatever I need to do to save your life. I will remain as available to you as I can, but there are going to be conditions. Tell me what you need, what you want, so that I have a chance to give it to you. Or if I can't, then we have a chance to find a compromise until we both feel more comfortable. I want to show you how to use our relationship to practice this so that you can have a more fulfilling relationships in your life." And after her therapist confronted her, as Sarah did in what we heard earlier with Night Mother, after this confrontation, for the first time, she felt she made a commitment to therapy, and then she goes through all the different things that occurred in her therapy. These books are very good in terms of following people through their suicide careers with first-person renditions. And 11 years later, Weiss writes at the end of the book, "I no longer have to strain my imagination to feel joy or happiness. I can't say I found a panacea to counter all of life's challenges. Instead, I learned that being emotionally healthy means feeling everything fully and possessing the coping skills to manage any of life's downturns." She wrote her book, Waking Up, Climbing Darkness, had remarkable success, and then she embarked on a national lecture tour and telling people, and she had large audiences of people, interested in her experience of her suicide. These are really my summary statements, kind of going over all the points that we covered today. Let's see. So, number one, despite 200 years of widespread attention and 6 decades of intensive scientific study, our overall ability to predict and prevent suicide is now seen as no better than chance. 2. Research studying various populations aimed at establishing risk factors, biological factors, familial or social factors are helpful in identifying high-risk situations, but fail at targeting the individual psychodynamics of suicidal individuals. 3. Suicidal crisis therapies embarked in the short term of a window of vulnerability following suicide attempt are often successful in reducing suicidal ideation in the short run, but do not address the long-term underlying dynamics. That is, it's now known that after someone has made a suicidal gesture, ended up in the hospital, there's a window of vulnerability that goes from a week to 6 weeks in which the person is jolted by the experience, maybe feeling remorseful, maybe shamed, whatever. And so it's a time period in which the suicide prevention people can go in and try to build some things. And there's some good empirical research on that. That is, within 4 to 14 sessions, suicide prevention techniques can get people to stop talking about suicide so much and to stop thinking about it. So they can do that, but as we know, the underlying dynamics, as we've discussed today, would not have been touched. Expert suicidologists from around the world generally endorse the Esche imperative that a therapeutic alliance must be formed with suicidal people with the goal of engaging them in long-term therapy. And again, as I emphasized this morning, these are people from many different disciplines studying it in many different settings. And the idea that it has to be a therapeutic alliance, it has to be intense, and it has to be long-term, that those are the essentials. Suicidologists generally agree that, despite the appearance of loneliness and isolation, suicidality is always dyadic in nature. And that's because, as we have gone over the dynamics today, there's always the other half of the split ego that was based on mapping the other. And so at the organizing level, there's always the other that wants to kill me, or I who want to kill the other. And then at the symbiotic level, where we've got this symbiotic bonding dance, we've got manipulations going back and forth, so that the gestures are attempts to get the other person to do what I want you to do, to get the other person to meet my needs. 6. Therapeutic approaches that claim clinical or empirical successes are strikingly similar in that they address the suicidal career, the lifelong recursive relational patterns underlying suicidality. 7. While suicidality often represents a cry for help, the epicenter is the unbearable psychache and a cry for pain. 8. Suicidologists around the world have identified trauma in early child development, especially abuse, neglect, and abandonment, as the psychodynamic sources of suicidality. 9. Suicidologists have been uniform in calling for a developmental theory to account for how the early seeds of suicidality are laid down. And you haven't heard this theory before today because it hasn't been spoken, and yet it's something that's familiar to all of us who work developmentally in therapy, that the seeds are laid down in infancy, toddlerhood. 10. The psychoanalysts, the Jungians, the DBT group led by Linehan, the TFP group led by Kernberg, the relational listening group by Hedges, Austin Riggs group have in common, they all generally see intentional completed suicides as stemming from the psychotic, mood disordered, or autistic spectrum states that require intense psychodynamic and psychiatric treatment.
I can't think of his name. I always forget it. Austin Riggs, Gardner.
Austin Riggs is
Yeah.
in Western
No, I know,
Massachusetts.
but the guy who's the psychiatrist who runs the place.
Uh,
I saw
yeah.
Gardner, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I corresponded with him. And
No, we can't prevent them.
absolutely at all. They
No.
can, as a center like Austin Riggs, they have to be prepared for it, and they are.
Yes.
They're going to lose people.
In Austin Riggs, which is an inpatient center, they have lots of teamwork.
Right.
And so while they occasionally lose one because of the population they serve, nonetheless, they feel that overall their results are solid.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like his forthright.
All right. Number 11. These same groups that feel they're doing good work have in common that they see most instrumental suicidal gestures as attempts at stemming from characterological states such as borderline, addictive, and sociopathic personality disorders. 12. All approaches, clinical and empirical, that claim long-term success are based on forming strong therapeutic alliances with an extensive working through that promotes significant personality transformation. That is, one of a theme of today is suicidality does not just stand as a little symptom on its own. It's part and parcel of a total personality orientation. And the only way to get to the suicide or suicidality is to work with the total personality transformation. All therapeutic approaches to suicidality modify traditional therapeutic neutrality in that realistic instructions, contracts, and life interventions must be undertaken in times of suicidal crisis. 14. Relational listening approach developed over 40 years by a large group of psychodynamic therapists in Southern California targets the organizing developmental relatedness mode as the psychodynamic source of most intentional completed suicides. The relational listening approach targets the symbiotic developmental relatedness mode as the psychodynamic source of most instrumental suicidal gestures and attempts. 16. All of the leading therapeutic approaches have in common an in-depth, detailed inquiry into the life history and relational history of the suicidal person. 17. The leading therapeutic approaches generally recognize that reasons given and the narratives engaged in by the suicidal person are a conscious overlay to the deep unconscious relational sources of suicidality. 18. Relational listening approach currently offers the only clear and explicit theory of early childhood development to account for intentional completed suicides as well as instrumental suicidal gestures and attempts. 19. Finally, it would appear that any systematic therapeutic approach that allows for a long-term therapeutic alliance engaged in a detailed life inquiry focusing on relationships is likely to have the power to transform the personality so that suicidality is no longer an issue.